Minister of Economy, accompanied by our other distinguished guests.
Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, satukan rasa demi negara. Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, timur, barat, selatan dan utara. Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, satukan rasa demi negara. Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, timur, barat, selatan dan utara. Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, satukan rasa demi negara. Malaysia madani, hai bersatu hati, kita semua sama Malaysia. Malaysia madani, rakyat disantuni, timur, barat, selatan dan utara.
Thank you, members of the media. We will be starting shortly. Please do kindly clear the main stage area. And on that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, do kindly remain standing in honor of the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, do kindly be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good morning. Salam Malaysia Madani and a warm welcome. Yang berhormat Tuan Haji Akmal Nasrullah bin Muhammad Nasir, Minister of Economy. Yang berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Haji Zulkifli Ahmad, Minister of Health. Senior government officials and heads of departments. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri IR Zamzam Zairani, Muhammad Isa, Chairman of Maybank, strategic partners, speakers at the forum, and our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a profound honor to welcome you this morning to the Forum Ekonomi Malaysia 2026. As we convene here in Kuala Lumpur, we stand at the pivotal role and moment in our nation's economic journey, driven by the continued evolution of the Madani economy and our commitment to sustainable, tech-driven growth. Today's forum serves as a premier platform for policymakers, industry captains, and visionary leaders to dissect the global trends shaping our fiscal landscapes and to chart a resilient course for Malaysia's future in the regional and global marketplace. We are privileged to have with us a distinguished assembly of speakers who will lead us through these critical dialogues and exciting topics lined up. Throughout the day, we encourage you to engage deeply in these sessions, and insights shared will be instrumental in navigating the complexities of 2026 and beyond. Before we proceed further, Let us now seek blessings from the Almighty for a smooth and purposeful event. I would like to invite Encik Fairoz Azmi to kindly lead us first in the recitation of the dua.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Ashrafil Anbiya wal Mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Ya Allah, on this blessed morning, in conjunction with Forum Ekonomi Malaysia 2026, Accelerating Growth, Advancing Malaysia, we humbly thank you on your infinite favors to us, till we can live in safe and prosperous life. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Hayyu, ya Qayyum, we beseech thee, ya Allah, your gracious assistance for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your mercy and guidance to steer clear of elements detrimental to the success of our event. Ya Allah, please shower your blessings to our beloved country Malaysia. Preserve us from any threats and disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders and all the delegates. Allahumma ja'al jama'ana hadha jama'an marhuma. وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Ameen, Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen. Thank you for leading us in the recitation of the dua, Encik Fairoz Azmi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Akmal Nasrullah bin Muhammad Nasir, Minister of Economy, to deliver his opening remarks.
Terima kasih Saudara Terence Das selaku pengurusi majlis pada hari ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Zulkifli Ahmad, Minister of Health. Thank you for coming early. Even your slot will be slotted at 9:30. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Seri Insinyur Zamzam Zairani Muhammad Isa, Chairman of Maybank, senior government officials and heads of departments, strategic partners, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, segala puji bagi Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Dengan limpah kurnianya, kita dapat bersama hari ini sempena Forum Ekonomi Malaysia 2026. Forum ini bukan sekadar acara tahunan, tetapi ini merupakan platform ekonomi nasional yang menyatukan pemegang taruh utama untuk membentuk masa depan ekonomi Malaysia. Good morning, and it is a real pleasure to welcome all of you to the Forum Ekonomi Malaysia FEM 2026. At the very start of the year, we gather to reflect on where we have been, assess our progress, and look forward to the future we want for Malaysia. FEM is not merely a forum, it is the heartbeat of our national economic conversation, where ideas meet evidence, sharpen policy priorities, and strengthen collaboration across sectors. This is where we set the economic direction for the year, review how far our policies have reached, and engage in open, meaningful discussion about the opportunities and challenges ahead. FEM is not just conversation, it is a mechanism for national decision-making and delivery. I was told that we received close to 5,000 registrations with strong representation across the ecosystem. This includes institutional investors managing a combined US dollar 7.3 trillion in assets under management, as well as corporates with a total market capitalization of US dollar 226 billion. So Alhamdulillah, we continue to see strong interest from investors, corporates, SMEs, and the wider public in attending FEM. To recap, FEM 2025 highlighted the need to enhance trade, navigate global geopolitical shift, and transform our economy for the future. Malaysia faced real challenges: economic uncertainties, geopolitical tensions, supply chain pressures, and the need for ASEAN to engage more with the Global South. The government had aligned the 13 Malaysia Plan, or RMK13, with the Madani Economy Framework to guide structural reforms. Our aim is clear: overcome the middle income trap, boost competitiveness, and ensure benefits all Malaysians. We also continue to advance major national building projects such as the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, or JSSEZ, which is designed to deepen the business ecosystem to attract higher value investments. On top of that, we are also driving the high growth, high value, or HGHV industries and high impact strategic sectors, push as a core pillar of structural reform. This is about moving Malaysia up the value chain, building local champions, and creating more high-income jobs through Made by Malaysia's products and services. Building on this momentum, the JSSEZ has shown investment performance that remarkably exceeds initial estimates. Based on MIDA's third quarter 2025 investment performance report, the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone has recorded strong momentum, attracting 68 billion ringgit in approved investments in the first 9 months of 2025. This represents 75% of Johor's total approved investments over the same period. Overall, this performance reinforces our confidence that the JSSEZ is becoming a key engine for high-value investments, stronger cross-border value chains, and better quality jobs in Malaysia for Malaysians. On top of that, JSSEZ investment blueprint and master plan will be unveiled by end March to guide the development, strengthen coordination across stakeholders, and provide greater clarity to investors on priority sectors, infrastructure rollout, and implementation pathways. Beyond JSSEZ, Malaysia has launched key national initiatives to strengthen long-term competitiveness. These include new Industrial Master Plan, NIMP 2030, National Semiconductor Strategy, NSS, and National Energy Transition Roadmap, NETA. Targeted public assistance like STR and SARA, Cash Aid, Budi Notified Petrol Subsidy Reform, and broader price stabilization measures help ease the cost of living impact for the rakyat. FEM 2025 also reinforced the importance of talent, education, inclusivity, energy transition, and ASEAN cooperation. Malaysia strengthened its workforce through STEM education and initiatives like the National AI Office, while nurturing innovation through My Startup and the National Technology and Innovation Sandbox to support tech founders and homegrown solutions. This is how we build a future-ready economy by building future-ready talent. Together, these strategies and programs went beyond numbers. They built a resilient, inclusive, innovation-driven Malaysia that empowered the rakyat and positioned the nation to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the macro data shows that Madani is making a tangible difference. According to advanced estimates, Malaysia's economy grew by 4.9% in 2025, reflecting the resilience of our services, manufacturing, and construction sectors. The services sector remains the largest contributor to GDP, while manufacturing and construction continue to show robust performance. Fiscal performance remains sound. The budget deficit is targeted to decline to around 3.8% of GDP in 2025, down from 4.1% in 2024, demonstrating disciplined public finance management. Malaysia's economy is also increasingly integrated with the global market. Total approved investments for the 9 months of 2025 reached 285 billion ringgit, signaling strong domestic and foreign investor confidence. Yet, even with these achievements, the global and regional landscape presents uncertainties. Inflationary pressures, rising interest rates, geopolitical tensions, and the rapid pace of technological change continue to affect markets and households alike. Artificial intelligence, automation, and digital transformation are reshaping industries, while regional neighbors are accelerating reforms to attract talent and investment. In this context, Malaysia must not only respond but stand tall and lead. So looking ahead, FEM 2026, with the theme Accelerating Growth, Advancing Malaysia, is anchored on the ambitions of the 13th Malaysia Plan. RMK 13 will shape national development and economic growth over the next 5 years, providing a clear roadmap for infrastructure, human capital, innovation, industrial advancements, and sustainability. There are a lot of things on my plate. It's actually less than 2 months. So FEM plays a role by bringing stakeholders together to generate evidence-based solutions that can be translated into actionable recommendations for national planning. This year, FEM 2026 will focus on priorities that will shape our economy for years to come. First, how AI and technology can raise productivity, improve public services, and create new industries. Second, how the energy transition can progress while keeping energy affordable and reliable. Third, how health and housing reforms can strengthen equitable access and quality living standards. Fourth, how trade and investment can remain competitive, attract high-value capital, and expand exports. And fifth, how we prepare a future-ready workforce, addressing demographic realities such as an aging population while nurturing future talent. These collective inputs are distilled into actionable recommendations that fit directly into national planning. In this way, FEM 2026 is more than discussions. It is a critical mechanism for shaping policies, guiding investments, and prioritizing initiatives that will drive sustainable growth, inclusive development, and long-term prosperity for Malaysia. For investors, FEM 2026 signals policy seriousness, execution credibility, and institutional coordination. For the public, success is measured through tangible improvements, including job creation, income growth, reduce regional disparities, enhance public services, and progress on cost of living, housing, energy transition, and productivity. At the national level, the implementation of the MyRMK system under the 13th Malaysia Plan enables real-time outcome-based monitoring with each project assigned clear ownership, timelines, budgets, and KPIs. FEM also accelerates delivery through open, data-driven scrutiny of policy progress, positioning the forum as a national report card on implementation performance. By integrating dialogue with systematic monitoring and accountability, FEM ensures its recommendations evolve from discussions to actionable policy with measurable impact. So these are not abstract policy questions. They affect the daily life, jobs, wages, cost of living, home, health, and opportunities for the next generation. This is why Forum Ekonomi Malaysia matters. It helps us ask the hard questions, difficult questions, and challenge assumptions so policies deliver real outcomes. So I encourage each of you to engage fully, to share insights, to challenge conventions, and to collaborate across sectors. Let FEM be a forum of honest, constructive, and meaningful dialogue. When we come together with clarity, courage, and commitment, Malaysia will not only meet the challenges ahead, but emerge stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous than ever. That is a very good way to start our day today. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our principal strategic partners, Maybank and Bursa Malaysia. We can give them a round of applause. Strategic partner, HSBC Bank, and supporting partners, AIIB and MBSB, for their collaboration and contribution in organizing today's event. So I wish all of you a productive, inspiring, and engaging discourse. May today's discussion help chart a path toward an economy that is inclusive, innovative, and sustainable, and may Malaysia continue to embody the spirit and vision of Madani. Once again, thank you very much for your time today, and I would like to welcome all of you to the FEM 2026. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Akmal Nasrullah bin Muhammad Minister of Economy, for the opening remarks. And I'd like to invite Yang Berhormat and all our distinguished guests to kindly proceed to the networking at Hall 6B. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please do kindly join Yang Berhormat and all our distinguished guests for the networking session. And for all delegates scheduled to be in this hall, please do kindly be seated. We will proceed with the next session shortly. To all delegates, please do kindly remain seated if you're scheduled to attend the session in this hall. Halls 6B and 6C will also concurrently be welcoming
Now proceed with our next agenda. Do take note that those of you that intend to attend the Progressing Towards AI Nation, which is also starting right now, that will be in Hall 6A, which is just down the hall. Our first panel discussion today here in Hall 6C will focus on managing sustainability and energy transition, which will explore Malaysia's push towards managing environmental sustainability to support sustainable economic growth. Key discussions include detailing the energy transition journey under NETR and investments toward achieving net zero by 2050. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to our distinguished panelists. Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Amar Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation. Ms. Kim Silim, Chief Investment Officer, Public Sector Region 1, Financial Institutions and Funds Global, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. Dato' IR Muhammad Nazri Pazil, Senior Chief Strategy, Regulatory and Sustainability Officer, Tenaga Nasional Berhad. Moderating this session is Dato' Shahril Azwa Jimin, Group Chief Sustainability Officer, Maybank. Dato' Shahril, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for all being here. It is my greatest honor and pleasure to be moderating this session today, where we have Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Amar Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister 2, Ms. Kim Silim, all the way from Beijing, from AIB. Thank you for being here, Ms. Kim, and Dato' Nazri from TNB. Somebody who, well, we are light up because of you. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you all for being with us here today. We're indeed honored once again to have Yang Amat Berhormat Deputy Prime Minister and all the panelists. So our topic of discussion this morning is managing sustainability and energy transition, a topic which is very hot due to the global climate change crisis. For Malaysia, as we push ahead towards realizing our aspirations of the Madani economy, managing environmental sustainability is crucial to support sustainable growth anchored on good governance. So Malaysia remains committed in energy transition, with energy transition identified as a high-growth, high-value industry for the creation of high economic spillover. The National Energy Policy was launched in 2022, and the National Energy Transition Roadmap in 2023 to support the country's low-carbon national aspiration 2040. And to support energy transition-based initiative, the National Energy Transition Facility, a financing facility amounting to 2 billion ringgit, has been launched. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the first question to Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Amar. Dato' Amar, with the NEP 2022 to 2040 now in its fourth year, and the NETR in its third year, what would you consider to be the most significant quick wins achieved so far? What has been the successes of these policies?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all. Thank you, Dato'. Thank you to all the organizers giving us the opportunity to be part of this important forum. So, as you know, in Malaysia, basically, as far as energy is concerned, there are three jurisdictions. One is our Energy Commission, which is looking after Peninsular Malaysia. Sarawak will be under Sarawak Energy. And then Sabah, we have Sabah Energy Commission planning for. But how we structured it will be through what we call the National Committee, where all the ministries or stakeholders are represented in that committee to streamline national policies, at the same time to forecast what will be the energy requirements of the country and how we can address it through all the detailed discussion in that committee. So as rightly said, the under national energy policy running from 2022 to 2040 and also NETR from 2023 to 2050, we have set a long-term plan actually. Renewable energy capacity, our target is 70% of renewable by 2050. For energy efficiency, industry and commercial, 11% by 2040 and 23% by 2050. Whereas for energy efficiency in residential, it will be 10% by 2040 and 20% by 2050. So solar generation is what I said in the forefront. As you know, Our target in 2025, we have achieved it. 31% is already installed capacity as far as solar is concerned. Besides renewable energy, energy efficiency is the way forward for us. We're not only looking at the power generation sector, but energy efficiency is one of the approach that we want to focus on. So this is the most cost-effective measure that we can take. So Alhamdulillah, in December 2025, we have achieved actually exceeded our initial target of cumulative electricity saving of 52,232 gigawatt hours as set out in the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, or NEAP, 2016 to 2025. So cumulative energy saving to date, up to 31st December, is 60,866 gigawatt hours. And if translated into a kiloton of CO2, is 35,600 kiloton CO2, amounting to saving of 16.09 billion ringgit. At the same time, we have also enforced the Energy Efficiency Conservation Act, or ECA 2024, which is coming into force on the 1st of January 2025. Another quick win will be what we call the enhanced MOU on APG, ASEAN Power Grid. We chair the ASEAN Energy Ministers meeting in October last year, and all the member states has agreed, and enhanced MOU has been signed. So there'll be clarity in terms of the way forward for our ASEAN Power Grid. At the same time, we have also agreed under BIMB, which is Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. The power grid, as you know, Sarawak is the biggest supplier of green energy for Malaysia. They have about 70% renewable already, readily available. So they are also already connected to West Kalimantan. They're selling energy to West Kalimantan. Last month, they have signed agreement with Sabah, so Sabah is already connected. So eventually, we have also agreed that Sarawak will be connected to Peninsula and also will be connected to Singapore. So this is yet to be finalized with Indonesia in terms of agreement that we are going to pursue with them for us to initiate the study, detailed study in terms of survey and whether the project will be viable, because there will be undersea cable connecting Sarawak to Johor, and eventually also connecting to Singapore. Vietnam to Semenanjung is already signed also between which is Petronas and TNB is initiating that. So eventually APG will be one of our focus areas.
Dr. Amar, very ambitious targets and quite significant quick wins. And congratulations also on the achievements by Sarawak. It's pretty amazing. I'm sure there are challenges, but we'll get to that in a while. You mentioned you were talking about grid and ASEAN Power Grid. Let's hear from the grid guy, okay? So let's move on to grid distribution and green mobility infrastructure. So I'd like to direct the next question to Datuk Nazri. So Datuk, based on today's grid configuration and technical constraints, what is the realistic maximum capacity for solar integration? And how is Malaysia planning to synchronize the pace of renewable energy build-out with the necessary grid upgrades to ensure system reliability and stability?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm grateful and honored and privileged to be in the same panel as Yang Amat Berhormat TPM. Okay, for answering that question, in TNB perspective, it's not only increasing the RE, but we have also importantly make sure that how the intermittency of the variable power are being integrated into the grid system, which traditionally designed for centralized and also synchronous generation. So, and then as you know, the solar is majority of the RE, and currently in Peninsular Malaysia, we have about 5.1 gigawatt already installed, and to ensure that this is can be integrated fully into the system, we always ensure that there is already a margin of 6 gigawatt to 8 gigawatt, and providing by the grid 48 nodal point, so that any future plant up, let's say LSS5 and LSS5 Plus, can be integrated into the system. So, and we are also thankful to the government for providing under the IBR almost 40 billion for us to reinforce the grid, to ensure we can strategically plan reinforcement, and then also identify where is the penetration of the solar, so that we can always make available this 48 nodal point at any time, to cater for the pace of the RE project that coming up. So, and then how we are going to ensure that the grid is synchronized? Number one, as mentioned tadi, we are proactively and strategically plan and then identify systematically where is actually the solar will come, so that we can do the forecast and can do the enhancement of the grid. Second, we will also modernize the grid to ensure the grid is smart and also flexible, so that it can take both way, but bi-directional power. And finally, to ensure that the grid is stable, is also maybe more storage system can be put into the system, either BESS or pump storage or any other storage solution that economically viable. So with that, we TMB confident that we can support the net target 40% and 70% by 2050. Then inshallah, then we can meet that target. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nazri. And you mentioned a huge amount of figure that has been granted by the government, and all these needs financing. Yeah. So I would like to direct the next question to Ms. Kim from AIIB on the topic of financing the new infrastructure. So Ms. Kim, as AIIB is a multilateral development bank focused on financing infrastructure in Asia and beyond, in fact, infrastructure with sustainability at its core, with Malaysia as a member. So what role does AIIB play in Malaysia's renewable energy transition journey?
Good morning, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a privilege to be on this distinguished panel with DPM and with leaders from Tenaga. So what AIIB can do, I think AIIB is very much keen to support Malaysia, which is one of our 57 founding members, in its energy transition journey. How AIIB as an MDB can help is several-fold. We work both with the government as well as with the private sector in order to make sure that there is synergies between the policies, between the flow of information, as well as the ecosystem, such that investors will have that confidence, because capital follows clarity. And as we have heard today, Malaysia has done a very good job in providing that clarity through the NETR. There are very clear targets on what renewable energy will be, which is 70% by 2050. There are very clear measures on how to get there, which is through the LSS, which is through the third-party access to grids, and very clear measures on how the prosumers, as they call them, can benefit from these measures. This is what investors will look for in investing in emerging markets. The MDBs, such as AIIB, can come in because some of these technologies are still not yet commercially viable. So MDBs can come in with blended finance instruments to either provide a comfort during the initial years as those technologies need time to scale, or the MDBs can come in simply because we're a neutral partner, we're multilateral, to provide the confidence to international investors who might need some comfort coming into emerging markets for the first time. Also, when it comes to cross-border investments, such as the Asia Power Grid, that involves multiple stakeholders, multiple jurisdictions, multiple sovereign nations, again, MDBs are neutral parties that are able to leverage our convening power to bring those stakeholders to the table to negotiate a deal that works for all. So these are just some of the roles that we can play. We are relatively new in Malaysia, so we really look forward to also hearing the needs of the country and working with Malaysia as our member to support Malaysia in its energy transition path. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. I'd like to go back to the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Amar. So, Dr. Amar, in addition to renewable energy, NETR has also identified hydrogen and CCUS as energy transition levers in the shift from fossil fuel towards green energy. What specific legislative reforms are currently being fast-tracked to ensure a conducive environment for these new frontier technologies, you may like to call, or some of these new economies? And in doing so, going back to my earlier question, what are the challenges in all this right now, and what can we all here do to support the government?
Let me go through the challenges first. As you know, Malaysia's approach in terms of energy will be on energy trilemma. How to balance between the three energy trilemma. Number one is energy security, to make sure that we have sufficient and also stable power supply to the nation. Number two will be affordability. So it is fair, equitable, and also affordable, not only by the industry players, which is competitive, but at the same time for the household. And thirdly is we need to look into the sustainability perspective to make sure that whatever we do in terms of focusing on the growth through energy, it has to be friendly to the environment. We will not destroy the environment for our future generation. So balancing these three will be a challenge. As you know, when you talk about security, so there'll be definitely cost to it. And cost, it has to be fair and equitable. So how do you balance that? So that will be the biggest challenge. And alhamdulillah, we have achieved it. And when we introduced the new tariff, actually there's a reduction in terms of tariff last year. So it was well received by the people and so on. And we can only achieve it with the support not only from the government, also from the industry players and all the stakeholders involved. That's why we are able to achieve the 30% renewable by 2025. And at the same time, we have also approved what we call the biggest challenge to introduce the Energy Efficient and Conservation Act. So we managed to get it approved and a lot of engagement. It took us almost 10 years to get it finally finalized and approved in the parliament. So it's already enforceable on the 1st of January 2025. And on the new frontiers, especially talking about hydrogen, CCUS, this will be one of the focus areas. As you know, Malaysia through NETR is also focusing on all these new frontiers. In Kenya, we have also launched the floating solar. Basically, it is meant for the purpose of, with that solar, they'll use that particular energy to produce green hydrogen. Also under NETR, Sarawak has also been a center to be our hydrogen hub. And as you know, Sarawak is already producing hydrogen, is already in place as far as ready for export, working together with Japan and also Korea in that aspect, and of course with the support from Petronas. So those from Petronas, don't worry about Petros, we'll have to work together. So Petronas have to work together. That'll be the future of the country. So it's win-win for all. So they're working together actually, producing hydrogen in Sarawak. And another area will be looking at southern, which is in Johor and so on. So everything should be in place as far as policy is concerned, as far as strategy is concerned, everything is in place. both government, the private sector, are focusing on the new frontiers in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. I love hearing, and we all appreciate hearing that kind of the stability that we're looking at. So, talking about stability, I'd like to go back to TMB, Dato' Nazri. Every other guy I meet today seems to be thinking about getting an electric vehicle. Yeah. So, relating to green mobility and the stability of that, what is TMB's role in ensuring that the surge in EV demand and charging infrastructure does not place an unmanageable strain in the national distribution network? And where are we exactly in terms of supporting this growth in EV?
In ensuring that the EV and also the distribution network are not strained, we are applying the same strategy that I mentioned earlier. Number one is to strategically do the network planning, and then understanding where is the penetration of EV will come, so that we can do forward planning and enforcing the distribution network. So the second one is to ensure that the EV, the other one is to enforce the currently in tariff, there is a TOU has been introduced, where we can then shift the demand to the evening. So as you know, the time of use has been introduced from 10 p.m. to 2 p.m., where the low peak tariff is lower compared to the peak. So that will then give the opportunity or incentivize the EV charging to go into the evening. Then we can flatten the load curve and reduce the stress in the network. And the other one is to have a collaboration between all the players, the CPOs, through, we have set up a platform called MyZiva. This is where we can share the registration of EV, the behavior of charging, so that we can then do a better forecast in our network planning. So these are the key role that TMB can play to ensure that the national target for the EV is achieved, which is 80% by 2050 EV. And maybe currently, TNB alone, we have a TNB Electron. We already put the charging. We have about 256 charger already installed, and we plan to increase more to support government aspiration.
Thank you, Dr. Nazri. I'd like to go back to Ms. Kim. Ms. Kim, so as a country, from a multilateral perspective, how can Malaysia attract long-term institutional capital to accelerate this energy transition?
So I think Malaysia has already built a very conducive ecosystem in providing the clarity in having a very liquid domestic market that is able, where companies are able to access liquidity in the domestic market to finance the projects that they require for the energy transition roadmap to become achieved, or to achieve the energy transition aspirations. But I think there are also some areas where long-term capital may be a little hesitant as of now to come in, and is rightfully the newer technologies, as you have outlined, in CCUS, in hydrogen, maybe even in some grid digital applications, where some of these technologies are still being rolled out or still being, at the proof of concept stage. And in those circumstances, MDBs like us, where we can provide more patient capital, meaning we can provide financing for longer terms than commercial banks can, and we can be a little bit more patient with our equity investments, whereby we don't have the return clock ticking on us like private equity. But the minute you get in, you need to think about how you're going to get out. MDBs don't think that way in terms of our equity investments. We really want to make sure that the investments we invest in will deliver the impact and the results that were set up at the outset. So we can be more patient, and I think that patient capital can be helpful for these earlier or more new technologies, as you mentioned, to give it the time to scale and also to give it the comfort for investors to come alongside to invest in these new technologies in Malaysia. So,
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Okay, we do have a few questions from the audience, but before we go there, I'd like to speak on one common topic for all the panelists that we have today, and it's about cross-border RE and cross-border RE trade. So maybe I start first with Dr. Amar. So how can Malaysia position itself better within ASEAN's energy transition landscape, particularly in cross-border renewable energy trade and grid interconnectivity? Dr. Amar, you had mentioned earlier about the ASEAN Power Grid. So maybe where are we right now, and how can we position ourselves better?
Actually, we have explored few options. As you know, last year we have introduced AnyGem. That is where people can bid for RE energy through our market. So happen right now is only Singapore has taken it up. But other than that, what we have done will be the interconnectors between Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. Whereby Singapore is importing RE from Laos, pass through Thailand, Malaysia, then eventually to Singapore. So from that interconnectors, there's already a business model, a working business model actually working right now. Not only supplying to Singapore, but actually this exchange between Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Thailand, and also to Laos. So that is already operational. Similarly, in Sarawak, which is going through West Kalimantan and also going to Sabah, eventually Brunei. And with that, what we need to do right now, the challenges will be how do we streamline all the technical perspective. Number one is the wheeling charges between countries. Number two, how to harmonize the standard, because respective countries has a different standard. So how do we harmonize it? So this is where the technical committee through ASEAN and also through the Secretariat, ASEAN Secretariat, we're looking into ways how we can synchronize and better improve the business model so that all the countries will be eventually connected. As you know, Malaysia, Vietnam, there'll be one undersea cable. So on land will be definitely, Vietnam will have to go through Cambodia, then Cambodia to Laos. Eventually the entire ASEAN will be connected. So there's already a working model. It's just how to strengthen it, how to harmonize the technicalities, how to look into all the legalities between different legal practices in different countries. And with Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore already in existence. So it's just to work and improve from what we have developed from the 4 countries.
That's great to hear. But before I go to Dr. Nazri, and because Dr. Ahmad mentioned about how do we look at frameworks, how do you harmonize on that. So, Ms. Kim, in the context of the ASEAN Power Grid that we're talking about, what role can the AIB play to help harmonize financial or even the regulatory framework so that cross-border projects are bankable?
So I think as an MDB, whereby if we just were to look at the ASEAN region, all of the ASEAN countries are our members. So we do have that convening power to bring the relevant stakeholders to the table, and we, as a neutral party, will be able to try to get the different stakeholders to work out solutions that work for all. As we all are aware, it's a complex undertaking involving multiple stakeholders. So it's utilities, it's sovereigns, it's the private sector, it's suppliers. And the coordination of these discussions needs to happen at different levels, and I think MDBs are well placed to do that. The World Bank and ADB are involved in some of these discussions. AIB is partnering as well in some of these discussions. Plus, when you think about the financing that's needed in order for the energy to flow as a grid over the times, over the long term, there's no one party that can do it all. So this is really a partnership between MDBs, with governments, with the private sector, with the utility companies, and the energy producers to really work towards that goal. And it will, and from MDB's perspective, we have lessons learned from other regional energy systems in Latin America, in Europe, where we can also share some of those takeaways and observations that might be applicable in the Asian context. Also, as MDBs, we have a partnership here in Malaysia where we signed a letter of intent with 4 banks. Maybank is amongst one of them, where we can also leverage Maybank's on-the-ground presence and knowledge about the local ecosystem and marry that with the MDB convening power to then finance some of the cross-border projects that are necessary to link up the different energy pools in order to make the Asia Power Grid a reality.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Dr. Nazri, what would you like to add on to, especially to what Dr. Amar was saying about the ASEAN Power Grid? What are some of the issues, that you're facing, challenges? What makes Dr. Megat call you late at night? Like, what's going on? So maybe you add on here.
Okay, as the saying say, no energy transition without interconnection. So that's the pressure that we are having, especially TMB, which is at the central of these connectors. So currently, we have the infrastructure project 5 that we are earmarked to embark on. Number 1 is the Singapore connection. We're going to upgrade existing. There's already a 1,000 megawatt exchange. Now there's going to be another 1,000 megawatt is going to be built, and we have signed the GDA between the JLCs of Malaysia and as well the JLCs of Singapore in 2025. So then the second one is the VMS, Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore. That will be a 2,000 megawatt, and we earmark to complete that maybe by 2031. Yeah. And then after that, sorry, 2034. Then the other one on the top, we're also going to upgrade the Thailand connection. That will be added another 1,000. And then as Dr. Amar mentioned tadi, the Singapore, the Sarawak interconnection, that's number 4. And the other one is the Sumatra punya connection. So all in all, it's going to be like 7 gigawatt of capabilities that we can then bring up and down the RE. As Dr. Amar mentioned, the commercial arrangement has been tested now, pilot, and currently there's a 50 megawatt exchange to Singapore, and under LTMS, there's already extension of 100 megawatt Laos right down to the Singapore side. So in terms of technicality and commercial, that is already feasible. So it's just a matter of executing it. Of course, the capital requirement is big, 50 to 60 billion. So we need the support from the financial institution and also to come up with what would be the right revenue recovery model so that that project can become bankable, then we can speed up. And the other challenges, I think, is the governance and coordination because it involves many countries in ASEAN. That will be a challenge that we have to, together with ASEAN country, we can then strategically discuss and how to resolve that. So we are very happy and confident that this can be a reality because this Asian Power Grid started in 1990. So it's been very long discussion, and now hopefully we can put that into a reality.
Thank you, Dr. Nazri. We have time for about 2 questions from the audience, and so before we give a final round to our panelists. So the first question also relates to financing. Realizing that the NETA requires an estimated $1.2 trillion in funding by 2050, how is the government structuring the National Energy Transition Facility to ensure that it effectively leverages private sector participation? So maybe I address this to Dr. Amar first.
We have the finance expert.
I got a harder question for you, Dr. Amar.
Of course, that would be the biggest challenge. We are talking about 1.2 trillion ringgit to make sure that ASEAN, entire ASEAN are connected. So how do we do it? So this is where the government will take part in de-risking some of the, through blended finance. We are very successful when it comes to LSS. There's one good example of the success story, of which now through LSS, participation from private sector, a clear policy from the government, so we are successful achieving the 35% that we have targeted. A lot more that the other areas that we need to look at will be in terms of rules, regulation, and other laws. With that clarity, I believe the private sectors will be coming to invest in Malaysia, not only in terms of solar, but all other energy generation that we're looking at. We are opening up soon LSS 6. Through SEDA, we are also opening up other areas, including small hydro and all the other sectors. That one will be about another 50 megawatts. With clarity in terms of our PPP and also the tariff that are attractive, that can guarantee actually return to the investors. This is where I believe the investors will start coming in, investing in Malaysia for not only for power generation, but also in terms of the distribution and smart grid system that is coming in through all the other areas also, including on our hydrogen and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Amar. I think that's given a very clear position where we are now. Thank you once again. And you mentioned blended finance, and so did Ms. Kim earlier. So maybe I'll go back to Ms. Kim. So we talk about blended finance a lot. So blended and transition finance are often cited as solutions. So maybe you could share what has actually worked in practice, and where have these structures fallen short in mobilizing private capital?
So from the AIB perspective, we look at blended finance in several ways. Firstly, what is blended finance, right? It's a blend of commercial capital and more concessional capital. Capital meaning the concessional capital serves the purpose of either taking a first loss or buying down the interest rate to make the financing costs more affordable, such that the resultant risk-reward of that project is going to meet the criteria of commercial investors. Because today, many commercial investors are not coming into emerging markets or not investing in the energy transition projects at the pace that they should, because there's a perceived risk that such projects do not provide the required risk return that they will need to meet their internal benchmarks. So the blended finance instrument is a very powerful tool in being able to blend the capital that's going into that project in order to meet those returns. We have seen it work in several ways. One is through securitizations, whereby banks would securitize into a capital stack a pool of infrastructure loans that would then be listed, and we would have a blended finance structure in there, whereby the concessional capital would take the first loss or will provide a credit enhancement to, for example, raise the overall credit profile of that securitization pool to investment grade, which is a requirement for several investors like pension funds or insurance companies, which require a minimum credit rating before they can invest. So that's another way to use blended finance to crowd in more capital to where it's really needed.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Again, added on to the clarity given by Deputy Prime Minister just now, maybe one last word from Dato' Nazri before I allow, and we invite Deputy Prime Minister to give his final words for this. Anything from you in terms of where we're heading and what does amazing look to you?
For the TMB perspective, we have a great opportunity through this energy transition because it's create more demand, it create more opportunity and more growth for Tenaga. And we are happy to be part of this journey. And we hope then we can, together with the government, achieve whatever target that we have put in place.
Thank you, Dr. Azri. So we've come to the end. I would like to invite Dr. Amar to give your final words on in terms of where we want to head, what's your biggest priorities for this year, and what can industry do to support this transition?
The plan for 2026, there's a long list of it. If with 18 seconds left, I don't think I'll be able to share it with all of you. But more importantly is in order for Malaysia to grow, we have to have stable, secure power, not only power, but also water. It has to be affordable. At the same time, we have to take care of our environment. So in order to do that, it's not government alone. Government must provide a clear policies and also strategies, including regulation and all the business model that support the industry players. And we need all the industry players to take part, not only in terms of power supply, but also the entire value chain of energy supply. So we have to focus also on research so that we'll be ahead in terms of technology application. And more importantly, the way I look at it, everybody has to be involved so that there's no one left behind. So that will be the future direction of Malaysia. Then, and we are fully committed to make sure we are secured, we will provide not only renewables, but clean energy for the nation and also for the industry to be competitive, not only for Malaysia, but the entire ASEAN region. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Amar. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very interesting conversation. It has been my honor and pleasure to moderate this panel. Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' Amar Haji Faridah bin Haji Yusof, Ms. Kim Si Lim, Dato' Engineer Muhammad Nazri Fazil. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please give our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for that insightful session. We kindly ask you to remain on stage for a photo session. Before we begin our next session, I would like to just remind that you may submit your questions via Slido. Just simply scan the QR code on the back of your participant tags. Okay. May we have everyone seated as we will now proceed to our next session, Healthcare Reform towards Equitable, Affordable and Quality Healthcare. Rising medical inflation and disease burdens are universal issues across the world. To discuss reforms to make healthcare more accessible and people-centered, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists for our next session. Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Zulkifli Ahmad, Minister of Health. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Kuljit Singh, President Association of Private Hospitals of Malaysia, APHM. Yang Berusaha Dr. Ramesh Rajendran, Operating Partner, TVM Capital Healthcare. Moderating this session is Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Sharifah Izzat Wan Puteh from the Department of Public Health Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. Professor Dr. Sharifah, take it away.
Very good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm audible, right? Very good morning and welcome everyone to our forum on accelerating growth, advancing Malaysia on topic 4, healthcare reforms towards equitable, affordable and quality healthcare. So this morning we have an esteemed panel led by, of course, our Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Haji Zulkifli Ahmad, Ministry of Health, Datuk Dr. Kuljit Singh, the President of Association of Private Hospitals of Malaysia, APHM, and Dr. Ramesh Rajendran, Operating Partner of TVM Capital Healthcare. I am Dr. Sharifah from UKM, who will moderate the session. So as we know, we are in the midst of a lot of reforms, including the Malaysian healthcare. We must continue to transform as we navigate both persistent but also emerging challenges such as communicable disease, non-communicable disease, but also the aging population. Against this backdrop, the 13th Malaysian Plan positioned health reform as a national priority. And we have the health white paper established under the 12th Malaysian Plan, and this reform will advance a holistic approach. So building on these strategic directions, the panel will explore policy or key implementations, priorities, challenges, but also opportunities within each pillar of the health reform agenda, especially on reforming health financing and governance, but also enhancing the health service delivery ecosystems. And this includes the enhanced public-private partnership in healthcare services, expanding the Rakan KKM initiative, and establishing a future national health fund, and introducing a standardized base health insurance or takaful product. With that, I am going to start the session with questions to our esteemed speakers, led by, of course, our Menteri Kesihatan, Minister of Health. So the questions, Datuk Sri, yes? Malaysia's medical inflation was projected to reach about 15% in 2025, and these outpace the regional and global averages. And this creates a demand pressure from the aging, but also non-communicable disease, which continue to rise. Minister, we've been hearing about the rising healthcare costs for many years. Why should now Malaysia believe that this is the time the government is serious about addressing the structural issues, that reset, R-E-S-E-T, isn't just another announcement, another band-aid? Please, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you again, Prof. Sharifah, as the moderator, my fellow panelists, Dr. Kojit and Dr. Ramesh, and very esteemed, respected audience. May I begin by my usual salutation. Assalamualaikum, a very good morning, and salam madani. Yeah, I'll go straight into overdrive. I don't think I will have time for a reverse gear. Let's get straight to the issue proper. Yeah, understandably and arguably and admittedly, I would believe that there are more skeptics out there, why they are skeptical to this particular reform coming this way, this particular time. But I must say that, yeah, admittedly, healthcare has been rising, and compared to our peers, yeah, 15% is truly one that is, to say of the least, very discomforting, very concerning, very disturbing. But be that as may, you must also understand that there is reason for this, and yeah, and a democratic transition to an aging society. Of course, the challenge of a double burden of both the NCDs and a re-emergence of the infectious disease, namely tuberculosis, dengue and whatnot. And of course, increased utilization of both technology and demands. And all these, put, of course, constrain or rather restrain or even strain, yeah? And if I may, from January 2024 to 2025 June, more than 340,000 policyholders terminated their medical plans. So that is seriously very disturbing, right? Because the consequences, the direct consequences of that would be our public facilities will be burdened and overstretched. So this is not just statistic, these are evidence of a system that is truly under strain. Yeah? So going straight into the answer, or responding to what you, well, why do you have to believe us this time around? Yeah, right, reset, as it stands for revamp, or I would want to say rather than revamp, restructure, of the MHIT, the medical health insurance takaful products, with us coming with our base MHIT, and then of course enhancing, the next E is enhancing transparency in pricing, particularly drug pricing, medical pricing, and of course the next S is to strengthen digital delivery, digital health. I'm for one citizen, one health, one citizen, one record kind of thing, for a national EMR that will really provide truly interoperable and better patient care, clinical decision and whatnot. And of course, to expand, the next E is to expand cost-effective payment, or the cost-effective options. And namely is, of course, I would want to say is about our Rakan KKM. And finally, the next T, the last T is transformation, which would entails, providing what I call a payment mechanism, which is essentially DRG, a semblance of a remuneration that will provide for a standardization which is now undertaken very rigorously and seriously. Right, so reset, an acknowledgement, an admission of why reform, to the scale that we are undertaking could not be undertaken by any particular entity, no party, single-handedly. So no single party can fix this problem alone. Now, medical inflation cannot be addressed through merely insurance measures in isolation, nor by placing responsibility solely to hospital, doctors, or even the consumers themselves. Yeah? So reset is about resetting incentives, not just prices, so that healthcare remain affordable for patients, one. Secondly, sustainable for insurers, two. And most importantly is it must be also viable for providers. Yeah. Now, without a coordinated platform, a reform platform, private healthcare becomes increasingly unaffordable, insurance becomes harder to sustain, and pressure on the public healthcare system continue to rise, ultimately affecting access and outcome for the rakyat. So let me just remind you, ours is a dual construct of a public and private healthcare system that essentially the public provides for the core services of essentially achieving universal health care, but private sector coming to complement and supplement, to provide for what would be truly a viable healthcare ecosystem for the entire nation and the entire rakyat. Yeah? So reset stands for a reset of how private healthcare is financed. So this is essentially about private health sectors, because ours, as you very well know, the public health is funded essentially by general taxation, that's the beverage model, while the private sector is essentially the Bismarck, essentially by the Bismarck model of private healthcare, private health insurance, right? And of course through out-of-pocket expenditures and whatnot. So what I want to emphasize here is that reset on the private sector is essentially of how private health care is financed, delivered, and governed. And with the explicit aim of restoring long-term sustainability to the system. And I've always said that I'm the Minister of Health, not for just the public sector, but as well to ensure that the government and the ministry is able to provide the correct incentive structure to ensure that they become affordable, they become sustainable and viable, for not see again the phenomena of 340,000 policyholders rendering and just delivering, or rather not wanting to continue with their insurance covers, or policies rather. So at its core, reset focuses on reforming the insurance and takaful ecosystem to better support patients while remaining viable for insurers and aligning incentive across the health system. So that's about. But I say that insurance is not the entire thing. It's not cannot be done. It cannot be expected to retain or to sustain financial sustainability without the others that I have said. Essentially on the interoperability of the EMR, that is, and as well as I've said, it's also most importantly, I would want to say immediately of the whole of government, the whole of nation approach. So here, for the first time ever, before, why you got to believe in us, before it was siloed. It was an attempt at Ministry of Health, attempting at incrementally or conventionally reforming or tweaking the system. But for now, it is the entire nation, all hands on the deck, MOF, MOH, Central Bank, Bank Negara, the ITOs, the providers, and as well we have got a consultative expert committee, comprises of experts, clinicians, health, economics, finance, and others. So with this, we want to believe that this time around, reset is not only an insurance only reform. Yeah, it is, as I said, the whole of government, including in the final analysis of coming forward with what I would want to believe a more modernized healthcare system and delivery, touching on even on the other aspect of care delivery, care models and whatnot. So for the first time ever, we're putting our minds together, our expertise together to present to the Madani government and to the rakyat that deserve this in the Madani government of a system that is, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, modernized healthcare system that are future ready, even addressing the current perennial chronic problem that has never been addressed before. So it is health financing reform, plus the digitalization, plus of course the DRG, the drug, the diagnosis-related grouping that would be, I would want to dwell on it later on. But as well, coming close, when I reminded MOF, Minister of Finance, MK2, the second finance minister, that even if you cannot give me extra, they wanted, as an upper middle income economy, to be given 5 to 6% of GDP. It's always easier said. I said that before, but I know how difficult it is when revenue to GDP is plateauing, right? So for now, I told them, if you do not allow me the resource, allow me to be resourceful, and then I came with the idea of having, how do I retain specialists, how do I get to generate more revenues, is by having this Rakan KKM, premium economy, elective procedures within our public facilities, so as to provide an extra, an extra resource or revenue models, revenue generation to firstly retain our specialists, and secondly to generate revenues so that we can. This is a long question, right? It's a long answer. This question may be short, but I take the introduction, so I got to wrap it up immediately so that you give them a way to. So finally, Rakan KKM is in fact the challenge of me to retain specialists. Attrition rate so high, these private facilities, they want me to have a moratorium on them, but that's not the quick fix of doing this. So I call for the reset program so that we retain specialists, we generate revenues to cross-subsidize our public facilities at the core. I emphasize that the core public facilities that will provide for the core services of achieving universal healthcare coverage. Thank you, moderator, for being kind to not stop me from explaining this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Datuk Seri. Thank you very much for the explicit explanation and also your strategic thinking of the future would be for the nation in healthcare. We know that it's not easy. You've mentioned about the issues of not only trying to get more budget, but what are the possible strategic implications for Ministry of Health to gather more budgets within the legal limits. So this is the conundrum. Coming to our second panelist, Dr. Kuljit from the APHM, and looking at the perspective of maybe the public-private partnership, right? And also the role of the private sector. So the question will be, under the 13th Malaysian Plan, the private sector is increasing position as a partner rather than a parallel system. We already have a slew of private hospitals, but also private GPs as well. So the public-private partnership often fails when risk is simply shifted rather than shared. So what would be a fair, so-called fair risk-sharing model between the Ministry of Health, the private hospitals, and the payers actually look like in practice?
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation to the organizers. It's a very good question that I would probably reword it, that actually private hospitals and public healthcare sector, we are both partners and also a parallel system. So in Malaysia, we have a dichotomy of systems. We have a public healthcare system, and then we have a private healthcare system. And the private healthcare system has been in existence about 50 years. The oldest private hospital in Malaysia would be about 50 to 60 years old. So we have been there for a long time. The escalation of private hospitals became more in the 80s. the public healthcare has got a huge role in delivering healthcare. For those who are not in healthcare, I will explain to you what Malaysian public healthcare does. Many countries in the world do not do this. They have clinics in kampungs, they call it clinic desa. They have got clinics kesihatan in each areas in a district. They have district hospitals. They don't call it district hospital, but every district, correct me if I'm wrong, has got one hospital with specialists. They have got state hospitals and they have got national hospitals in the city. The amount that Ministry of Health does is enormous. And what they do is, as I said, I'm brave enough to say not many countries do what Ministry of Health can do. I'm a product of the Ministry of Health. I also work in the university. So I've also worked in a clinic desa at the fringes of Perlis and Thailand. So I know what exactly happens in a small clinic with the poor farmers that come to get medication and they get quality care. So that is the amount of work that Ministry of Health does, and sometimes it goes unrecognized. When you come to the private healthcare, for those who want to know, we have foreign investment, which is a plus point to the economy of the country. We bring advanced medical technology. Ministry of Health does bring advanced medical technology too, but we bring it in a bigger way. We have clinical innovation and we facilitate medical tourism in Malaysia. And that itself is a huge income generator for the country. It goes in the tune of billions. We have a high trust. Malaysia is one of the most trusted countries for healthcare in the ASEAN region and also many parts of the world. Today, I even see Americans coming to Malaysia for treatment all the way 12, 13 hours because after they visit us, the trust that we have is extremely high. So if you say, are we partners? We are partners in Ministry of Health. We have, after COVID, we have learned the fact that partnering is actually the most essential part. We cannot work in silos. With the event of Protect Health, it's an incorporated company by Ministry of Health. I'm correct what I'm saying, right? Okay. And that company actually is a government company that facilitates public-private partnership. And I can say we have done about thousands of procedures getting patients from the government and treating them in a partnership. HSOP, yes. And we have done it all over the country, not just in Klang Valley, and with a very good success rate, and there is a higher potential to do better. So many of you wouldn't know. Besides that, companies like IHH gives free radiotherapy to patients that require radiotherapy from the government. If we have got a budget of 500, we don't charge, IHH doesn't charge anything to the patients, provided they are referred by a government doctor to our facilities, free of charge. This is one example, and there are many other examples where the private hospitals give free treatment to patients that require through an understanding with the government. So with that, we partner. It's a parallel healthcare system which provides a huge income to the country's economy. At the same time, we partner. So our relationship has been, I would say, very good in my viewfinder, and we always improve from time to time. And Minister of Health has always been very objective when it comes to talking with the private hospitals. He understands that the cost is an issue in a private hospital setting. With the reset mechanism, we believe that that would be contained, and yet we can still remain to be sustainable. I kept it short, I can talk more. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dato'. Appreciate your comments about how the private sector actually complements the public sector, given the recent examples of COVID, and we may have even further, pandemics or whatever later on, hopefully not. And also how the private sector is supplementing certain services or procedures which is not available or very restricted in the public sectors. Example, you mentioned about the x-rays or certain procedures. Moving on to Dr. Ramesh. Dr. Ramesh Purview, he is an operating partner with TVM Healthcare. He's also very much involved with AI in healthcare. So the question is that how should we look at the roles of public financing and private insurance over the next decade, especially as our fiscal space tightens, the household affordability becomes a concern, and we don't want people to go bankrupt for healthcare and so on. But the demand for private healthcare also increasing and skyrockets. So what should we not try to do, Dr. Ramesh?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for the kind invitation, and it's good to be in my hometown. So thanks very much for the invitation. I think first and foremost, I think the first mistake, if you like, would be to believe that the current set of reforms is the end point. It is actually a starting point. And first of all, I think I would like to commend the government for actually taking those reforms. The reason why is that there are two kinds of reforms, the ones that sets the rules of the road, and then the ones that grab all the headlines, and it's about who pays for healthcare, right? And you got to commend the government for doing the first kind of reforms because they set the scene for future reform. So I think the first mistake would be to believe that we are done. We are not done, and I think the government knows this, that at some point we will have to address the other rules of the road. Things like what happens if you have a pre-existing condition? Can you get health insurance? What happens if you're over 65? Can you get health insurance? Should we make it mandatory? These are all things that at some point we will have to address, but for now, I think setting the rules of the road is exactly the right thing. I think the second mistake that I've seen around the world, and I did start my career in the NHS in the UK, although I'm from Malaysia originally, and that's a health system which gets reformed every 3-4 years. Every time there's a change of government, there's a reform, right? And one of the lessons there was that the implementation of the reform needs patience, and you need to be nimble, right? So for all the reforms that we have talked about, things like DRG, for example, implementation is actually the key. And you have to be very nimble in anticipating and solving the problems. So take DRGs. What has happened in other countries is the moment you introduce a DRG, you get people upcoding, and then you get code inflation. So who's going to police all of that, right? So these are things that we have to look at. If we set fee schedules for doctors to charge for services, well, in other countries, what we've seen is overprescribing, right? And so how do we police all those? So that's the second issue. The mistake would be to take your eye off the ball and think that you are done without the implementation. The third issue that probably is a mistake in other countries, it's a universal truth in healthcare reform that when you get health reform around financing, which eventually we will have to discuss, who pays for healthcare, it always has to come with some kind of reform around how doctors and hospitals get compensated. Because if not, you get actually a spike in medical cost inflation. So at some point, we are also going to have to address whether we should fundamentally get paid on a fee-for-service approach, meaning we get paid per procedure, or whether we get paid for outcomes, and as doctors and hospitals. So that's the third thing to kind of bear in mind, that at some point we will address. These guardrails will help us address those, right? And finally, I think the kind of political hot potato that we will at some point as a country have to address is this. If you have cost inflation at 15%, and let's say even if it's 10%, and you have an unhealthy population to start with, which we know Malaysia has a massive obesity problem, it has a massive diabetes problem, at some point the debate is going to switch from what are the rules of the road to who is actually paying for healthcare. Should the government spend 20% of its GDP on healthcare, right? And these are big debates that are going around the world, including where I live in Singapore, right? And that's a rich country, and we have this debate. But what I want to say is, at some point, even though we're going to have those debates, and we're going to have to figure this out as a country, the current reforms enable us to have that discussion. Because without rules of the road being well established, there's no point talking about the government paying for healthcare. So these are kind of 4 pitfalls I've seen around the world, but again, a very good start by the government.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh. You mentioned about value-based sort of financing, which relates very much with outcome-based financing. and how the government should control or manage future financing system and so on, payment models and so forth. Malaysia has come up with a white paper not only from the Ministry of Health or Health White Paper, but also the MHIT White Paper. So coming back to the MHIT, Datuk Sri, beyond the base plan and the consumer's tool, what else is being done to address the structural issues in the private sector?
What else? That is entirely about the reset program, yeah? And I might just, if I may be allowed to just allude back to what both panelists have alluded to earlier. What is so important that I must stress is that the overarching, principle or consideration or objective is essentially all this of the reset and the reform is to achieve value-based healthcare system. It's a buzzword now, but it may not be very meaningful if we do not get to deep dive into how it is measured. Yeah? But if I just could quickly say that if it is before fee for service, it has now got to be fee, which really is for health outcome. And that's where DRG will assume its role in getting private sectors and as well the government. We do have our DRG, once upon a time the case mix system, but the DRG for the government are already in place and we are maturing it. In the final analysis, it is about to be efficient and to be focused on delivery of health outcome rather than, that would mean as well to avoid the inefficiency, the repetitive testing, whatever. That has got to also do with the EMR, the ability to get to making clinician making precise decision on that. So all in all, it is to move away from fee for service, volume of service, rather fee for real health outcome. That is the overarching thing. Now, if I would just quickly say it again, that this base MHIT or rather the issue of the insurance reform, as I say, is no silver bullet in itself. It must be seen as part of the entire healthcare reform. And I've said it in one breath earlier, that you've got to get in place the EMR that will provide for the data. And with that, you build up even not just precision medicine, but as well eventually precision public health when you get to big data and a lot to be done there. So you essentially move from a model of, if I may, sick care to really healthcare. And that is where the role of the clinics earlier, the primary healthcare, together with our GPs, also form part of the backbone of our primary healthcare is so very important. So finally, you will want to see that I must say that the base MHIT is only one of the, the various moving parts or one of the important components of this reform. But be that as it may, it is so very important because without the base MHIT that we propose from this is as I said earlier, the whole of government approach that we have a joint ministerial committee on cost, we call it Jawatan Kuasa Bersama Menteri Kos Kesihatan Swasta, the JMB KKS, yeah, GBM KKS, that looked into really, what would be the finer details of the base MHIT product. And it is essentially to make it affordable, to make it sustainable, and that we understand that the middle income earners do not want their hands out. Quite on the contrary, what they want the government to do is to provide, good, rather viable products of insurance product. That's why we come up with the base MHIT, and then together with it, as I said earlier, that the role of the EMR, the role of the DRG, will will have to come together. So I would want to say that this is the only way when you get to really see a semblance of what I said earlier, that it become affordable, it become accessible, it becomes sustainable. But only if you get to understand that that the billing charges, for example, remains, if it remains inconsistent without DRG, then you'll have problem with policyholders, slapped with exorbitant, charges, billing charges, and that will be passed to the the insurance companies, which will then threaten us with an increment or the increase of premiums. That was what was seen last year, right? So in a way, we have called on the insurance companies to restrain and to make it like to face it in the course of the next few, and not do it a drastic increment of the premium charges. So all this, the hospital charges, if it's continue to rise, unbridled, unchecked, the medical claims and whatnot. So this is where it's so very important for the government to step in. With both the base MHIT is to provide an alternative for middle income, earners to be accessible to private healthcare, and the DRG coming in this way to provide a remuneration system that will provide for a kind of a standardization that no particular hospital will be overcharging, because you already have. And what is most important for us to be reminded is that to develop DRG, you got to have private hospital already, sharing their data, clinical data, charges, billing and whatnot, so that we really, through that, we build up the algorithm, the logic of building this up. So this is so very important. And I must say that already the private hospitals are coming in strongly, and they are already with us on this. I think there are, if I'm not mistaken, of the, for the DRG, there are 80 hospital, private hospital at the Gurjit, from the 104 that we already coming with us to do capacity building training, and 23 training sessions already been done. So let's give our private hospital a big round of applause for being positive with us, and they get this training from PH Corp. Right? So Dr. Ramesh, I understand you don't have to remind me that there is no way we could do it just like one-off kind of thing. This is a journey, and it's going to be, as I said, reform of this scale has never been witnessed, despite 15 studies done, consultants from the 90s, 15 studies, and a semblance of reform, be it care models, be it health financing, never been witnessed. For the first time ever, I'm just going to say this, moderator, Prof. Sharifah, because this is why it's so very important that this time round it's not siloed, it's going to be whole of not just government, MOF, MOH, Bank Negara, but as well the entire stakeholders, namely of the ITOs, the private hospital industries. So yes, MHIT-based product would present itself as a, I would say, is a base. We have got a base product and they've got a standard. There's a thing called standard and standard plus. So we quite understand, and we would work this together. Of course, this is the issue of the Bank Negara. Central Bank is working hard on this, and MOF, but we provide all the necessary input for us to have to come to. We're still work in progress, but it will be by the middle of this year, be launched, inshallah. Thank you again, moderator.
Thank you very much, Minister. You mentioned about the issues of rising healthcare costs, medical claims, unchecked, and so on. Dr. Ramesh also mentioned about the upcoding that can happen through case mix and DRGs. And you mentioned about the DRG, which we are supposed to have the national base rate, which combines the public but also the private. And this private is being headed by APHM and also the private sectors. Congratulations. And you mentioned about the importance of combining not only the evidence-based medicine, precision medicines, but also real-world evidence that come from data which is available either in the primary care, hospitals, and so forth. Thank you very much, Datuk Sri. So back to the second panelist, Datuk Kujit. Looking at the healthcare financing reforms and the private funding, but also, as we mentioned about the MHIT plan, the largely escalating medical inflation, so this pushes medical insurance premiums and claims. There was a furor of reports, aduan on the claims, last year and things like that, which was tackled by BNM and also Ministry of Health. Currently, the Malaysia's healthcare financing remains slightly fragmented across tax funding, out-of-pocket spending, employers' benefit, but also private insurance, right? So under the 13th Malaysian Plan policy direction, are we moving closer to a more coherent financing framework? And what will be in the future? Is it an eventual state or federal funded national health fund? Is this inevitable?
Thank you. Most of the time, medical inflation, when it's calculated, it gives you a very scary figure of 15% for Malaysia. But we have done our own studies and we found that 15% sometimes it's not the real inflation figure that we need to get worried, because the 15% encompasses utilization rate. And what it means is utilization, more people, more patients are making claims using insurance card, because this medical inflation value is actually calculated from the insurance industry. It is not calculated beside the insurance claim. So there's a little bit, I would say it's a little bit skewed. It is not an accurate figure. Because the medical claims numbers have come so high, and that's where products like MHIT will actually help. The product MHIT is a base product. Number one, it gives responsibility to the patient, because there is a basic product. If they want to abuse it, they will not going to get that liberty to abuse it, because it's a basic product. It covers what it needs to be covered to start off. And the patient can always top up if he has got the means of affordability to a higher card, or within the MHIT they can go for a higher card. But that gives them the power of making that decision. Because today the medical cards are used like a credit card. Because I'm a provider, I can tell you, when they have a medical card, it becomes a credit card, and they would want to claim for almost everything, even though some things may not be claimable, and some of his conditions, he should be paying out of pocket, seeing a patient in a general practice clinic, because it is not a serious condition that requires admission. So our consumer needs to also get educated, and MHIT is, I think, the base product that will lead us to national healthcare financing. And like what YB said, I was also involved in those discussions. They had people from Harvard, they had people from all over the world. And those studies are only, those if we don't have many computers, they are all files on the shelf, and they were of no value. But today we can see the value that we have brought up, value-based outcome, MHIT, and things are moving in the right direction. And once we have enough data on MHIT, and I'm very sure the government will then know how much of national healthcare financing will actually help from the MHIT experience. On value-based healthcare, some of our private hospitals have already started it. Again, I will give you an example of the hospital I come from. IHH has got value-based outcome in 6 areas of medical treatment. And we make sure the costs, the process of the procedure and the outcomes are measured for every doctor that does procedures in our 18 hospitals. And if any outliers that occurs, we do investigate. Of course, not every patient will be the same. We understand that part. But if there is a lot of outliers in a particular group, and we will actually mitigate it to make sure we fulfill our own KPI. So we have already doing it in IHH. It's on the web page. If you go to ihh.com, you will be able to type value-based outcome. It tells you how we do value-based outcome. So we are already in that process, and we're going to expand the list to many other procedures. so that our patients will benefit for what they pay for. And we are very concerned when it comes to this. And I think DRG, MHIT, and a value-based outcome, I think it will gel together. Of course, you have the affordability by all means. Patients can have the frills, they want the comfort, choose their doctor. They can. They have the means to pay. We are not going to stop them. Because there are our patients in Malaysia, there are ones who have the means to pay. And of course, that's the facility we will provide to them because they can pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Datuk Kuljit. Thank you very much. So you mentioned about the 6 areas of value-based outcome already implemented in 18 private hospitals. So this is a very good success factor. I think the Ministry of Health has already done a few as well. They are already looking at value-based on certain areas, clinical, public health, and so forth. And I think this is the way to go, very much to contain costs, but also to ensure the population receive the highest benefits achievable. Back to Dr. Ramesh, and this is the last questions from the panelists before we proceed with the short Q&A. Dr. Ramesh, how should we look at the roles of public financing and private insurance over the next decade? The issues of what are the industry's views, and also how Malaysia's healthcare system can be further developed, can be enhanced, and what are the industry's expectations from the government?
So that's a good question. I think private industry, and I speak from an investor point of view, I guess that's my job now, we all want the same thing as other industries, right? The 3 things that anyone investing in Malaysia will always want, an industry would want, is predictability, clarity, and alignment of incentives. Those are the 3 things that determine whether you invest or whether you actually build a new facility. So in terms of clarity, that means different things to different people, right? From a payer point of view, from an insurer point of view, clarity is really around what policies am I allowed to sell? Am I allowed to price how I want? How do I account for risk? If the government rolls out a new insurance plan that the government will help sponsor, what are the rules around that? So that clarity and that visibility is what an insurer would want. Clarity from a provider point of view, which is I operate a hospital, what do I want to know from the government? Well, I want to know about things like, am I going to be able to source labor? Because that's always the first pain point. If I take government patients, what are the rules around that? How am I going to get paid? And when am I going to get paid? Because if you look around the world, whenever you get this confluence of governments putting patients in private hospitals, a central issue is always working capital, right? Because sometimes governments can take time to pay. So that's what I mean by clarity. Predictability is something that people forget, but that's a key thing when you're making a capital allocation decision, right? If you're an insurer, predictability means that the rate I'm allowed to charge has some predictable nature to it. And if you want to know what goes wrong when you don't have predictability, you look at what's happening in the US last week, right? The government basically, historically, has been allowed to charge, insurers have been allowed to charge something like 4 to 5% increase in premiums a year. The current administration, for the first time in 20 years, said no, it's flat, right? And all these big companies lost a quarter of their value in a day, right? And that kind of unpredictability around things like pricing is something that deters investment. So I think that is very important for payers. For providers, predictability is really around, again, if I'm going to get paid a certain rate, well, the rules shouldn't change year on year, right? If I'm going to be allowed to charge a markup on certain patients that I receive from the government, that markup can't change year on year, right? So that kind of predictability is really key. And finally, the alignment of incentives. I think on a payer side, this is crucial. Anytime you'll get, at some point we were going to have a debate around whether the government will underwrite certain plans that are provided for by the insurers, as they do in the US. And there needs to be alignment of incentives, because it cannot be that all the sick people are paid for by the government or all the sick people are paid for by the private sector. We need to have sufficient alignment of incentives that allow the risk to be shared equally, for the risk pools to be divided equally. Right? So that's what I mean by alignment of incentives. And finally, I think on the alignment of incentives for provider side, again, we've talked about value-based care. Ultimately, that's the direction of travel. When I first started my career in healthcare 25 years ago, I think it was only 2% of all Medicare payments in the US that were value-based. It's now over half. And that didn't take that long. I'm not that old, right? So I think the audience will be surprised by how fast this can actually happen once there's a political will on both sides to actually do this. So again, to wrap up, investors and the private sector, what we would like from government is clarity, predictability, and alignment of incentives.
Thank you.
Yes. One last thing I forgot, just give me 1 minute. In private hospitals now, before DRG comes in, and to mitigate the allegation of exorbitant bills, we do patient counseling, financial counseling, we give estimation to the patient on their cost before we start treatment. We are also now beginning to use AI to help us so that we have all of our bill sizes over the last period of time so that we give a very accurate estimation of the bill to the patient, and the patient then decides whether the patient would want to continue a treatment in a particular hospital, and he can always go to another hospital to compare prices. With the Ministry of Health initiative of drug price display is actually very good because the patient has got the opportunity to look at the drug prices before they embark treatment. So this is what we are doing to mitigate the price, which is always an allegation to say we are very exorbitant, but it is very transparent to the patient to make their own decision.
Thank you very much, Datuk Khujit, Dr. Ramesh, and last but not least, saya bagi peluang to Minister. As usual, we want the best for last. We don't have time for Q&A.
Oh,
so
really?
what is your message to Malaysians, Datuk Sri? Maybe you want to talk about healthcare fund? Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
may I just again reiterate the importance of just not doing more of the same. I think this is about the reform that we have long waited, and reset would be a whole of nation approach, and truly we want to drive 2026, 2027 for the rest of the 15 parliamentary session at least, to really drive it so that we get to see a semblance of an outcome that are measurables. But I must say that the private sector has been very, I would say, cooperative in realizing this reform. But be that as it may, there's one thing that I may have forgotten to even mention about National Health Fund, which I mooted, because as you said, Prof. Moderator, how our funding is fragmented, and multiple sources, whatever. But towards this, for us to have a national fund, national health fund, that is truly going to be more sustainable and a bit more future-proof particularly for the public health system, which essentially getting the diversified funding sources from not only the government allocation, a phased contribution, targeted employee industry inputs, trust funds, and earmarks in taxes. So all those, we leverage on to get a semblance of a national health fund that would really make this funding or moving forward, truly ring-fence national health fund designed to pool and manage health financing more strategically, and so that you can do strategic purchasing and whatnot, moving beyond, heavy reliance on annual budget allocation per se. So this is, I said earlier, we've got to be innovative in this, and that with that, we would believe that this would be the NHF acting as the financing backbone for the reset agenda. So all that in place, but without the National Health Fund, there will be quite a, an enabler that would not allow it to be fully realized and leveraged on. So yeah, I would want to remind of our earnestness, our conviction to have the National Health Fund in place, as soon as even within 26, 27, we want to see this coming through. Thank you again, Prof.
Thank you,
Moderator.
Dr. Sri, and also thank you to the other panelists, Dr. Kuljit and also Dr. Ramesh. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our listeners.
Thank you, YB Menteri Kesihatan, Datuk Dr. Kuljit, Dr. Ramesh, and Prof. Dr. Sharifah for sharing such valuable insights. We kindly ask you to remain on stage for a photo session. Okay. Next on our agenda is a panel discussion on building and attracting future-ready talent, which will delve into policy priorities to bridge the academia-industry gap, tackle brain drain, ensure competitive wages, and allocate resources efficiently. Introducing our esteemed panelists, YB Tuan Adam Adli Abdul Halim, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Mr. Edward Ling, Group Chief Executive Officer, Talent Corporation Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Dr. Hari Narayanan, CEO Penang Skills Development Centre, PSDC. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Chu Jen Weng, Co-Founder, President and Group CEO, Vitrox Corporation. And moderating this session is Mr. Daniel Rahman, CEO, Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute. Mr. Daniel, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Our MC, please give her a round of applause. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Fantastic. So, like every other panel, we have another exciting one in store, which is building and attracting future-ready talent. How many of you are aware that just last week, the Prime Minister launched the Malaysia Education and Higher Education Blueprints? Can I see a show of hands? Right. How many of you are concerned about Malaysia's future talent development? Okay, so today our panel will definitely give you all the answers to your concerns. So what I'll do today is I'll not read the profiles. I'm sure many of you know who they are. And we've got about 40 minutes on the clock. So inshallah, what we'll do is we'll start shortly. Context-wise is, of course, a lot of the discussions you see happening at the Forum Ekonomi Malaysia is also about ensuring that the country has the talent to meet the demand, the supply, the industry needs, not just locally, but also globally. So with that, today we'll be discussing the recently launched education blueprints, higher education blueprints, talent gain, talent drain, and talent gain. We'll be talking about industry, and of course, various other efforts in high-tech industries as well. So allow me to jump right into it, to my esteemed panel. Is that good? We're good to go. Okay. So first, I'd like to invite YB Tuan Adam Adli, the Deputy Minister. YB Adam, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, who recently took up the portfolio. Many of you may not know that he was also a school teacher once upon a time, beside his very early years as a student leader in activism. So YB Adam, my question for you is, with the new Higher Education Plan 2026 to 2035, it's very ambitious. It's got a lot about values-driven, adaptive talent, agile governance, autonomy, and more. Very fantastic headlines. However, from your point of view and the government's point of view, what is the single hardest truth that Malaysians need to accept about the higher education reform being envisioned over the next decade?
Thank you, Daniel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, Dr. Hari, Mr. Chu, Mr. Edward, and everyone, esteemed guests. I recently read about a term coined by Michael Crow, president of the Arizona State Uni. He used this term, filial pietism, to describe how universities always cling to the past or the tradition. And it's especially difficult for universities to move forward or to follow the change that is happening around them, despite, ironically, higher education institutions are supposedly the birthplace for innovation that change the world and basically become the engine of the future. So the single hardest truth that we must learn to accept is that over the next decade or less, the traditional, linear, structured path in our higher education is no longer a guaranteed pathway or a guaranteed route for our future talents. This is especially true where we go back to our RPTM, Rancangan Pendidikan Tinggi Malaysia. The main focus will be that we have to prepare, we must be prepared to move away from the familiar approach or form of our higher education. You know, the standardized, uniform, and one-size-fits-all approaches that we are accustomed to. And in this post-normal time, especially where conventional wisdom is being challenged and questioned every day, where there's a rapid technological change and disruption, global complexity and fragility, wherever we've been holding on to it, wherever we've known, wherever we are familiar with, I think is no longer enough or suffice to prepare for our future talents. Therefore, this is where RPTM 2026-2035 or the Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint comes into play. It emphasizes on the example, for example, the flexibility of learning or education through multiple entries and multiple exits. This is how we bridge the skill gaps and foster the culture of continuous learning without compromising with the quality of education received by our students or learners. And we focus on what we call as lonjakan or shift. And there are 10 of it, and one of them, lonjakan 8 or shift 8, will be the call for unbundling of education. And of course, to encourage lifelong and wide learning. And this idea to encourage our institutions, especially, to have more programs that move away from the static, structured education to the practice of unbundling, allowing our students or learners, for example, to stack their micro-credentials and industry certificates so they will have the ability to meet the standards as well as the demand of our very dynamic job market of today. And the higher education institutions, the IPT, must also emphasize more on project-based, experiential, and outdoor learning that will also help to shape and encourage our entrepreneurial spirit, or simply wider the perspective and thinking process of our students. And the higher education should be the place where potentials and passions change, challenges, everything is allowable, celebrated in substantive and meaningful ways. And we are already doing it in our school today. If we notice that we are moving away from the exam-based learning process, and why are we still doing the same in our universities? So that will be one hard truth that I would like to share today.
Right, let's give YB Adam a round of applause. Very interesting opening. YB, if I may stick with you very quickly for, I gave everybody 4 minutes to open. You've got a few more seconds left. What would be the one thing, having come from your background as a student activist, looking at students today, that you feel they should most embrace from the blueprint?
Well, that there are many challenges out there that need us to sit together and be able to discuss extensively without compromising with our principles. I trust that the students and academics, administrators of universities, all of these components in the universities, in our college, will have their best mind and best heart. But we probably lack of communication in some sense.
All right.
So that'll be our role as well.
Thank you. I like that very much. And as we can see, YB Adam has been very much engaging with young leaders already from what I see on Facebook. Now, I'd like to move on to Edward, since we're going in this sequence. Edward's the CEO of the group CEO of Talent Corp, and his background is very impressive. He served various MNCs, technology companies around, and I was speaking to him earlier, and Talent Corp is his foray back and national service. So I must ask this question, but before Edward, let me ask the audience, how many of you would like to work abroad one day and maybe leave Malaysia? Wow, quite fast, huh? There's like a trick question in there. Okay, Edward, so on that, your question is, with 5.5% of our workforce already leaving, majority to Singapore, our talent is definitely well regarded globally. But with brain drain being potential drag on growth, should Malaysia rethink our strategy? Or put in other ways, if you strip away the incentives, the programs, the slogans, what really determines whether a young Malaysian at, let's say, age 25-ish, to build a future here in Malaysia?
Good morning. Thank you for the difficult question. So I think the first important thing to note that this is what we call talent mobility. And this is actually not a loss. We should treat this as a positive spirit. YB Adam used to be the Deputy Sports Minister. Imagine that, the English Premier League is filled with Malaysians. So that's how we export our talent. So this is not necessarily a bad thing, because it signals that we have the necessary brain power here. So with this circulation, we gain a lot of exposure internationally, and we bring back the skills and the network, and even the economy, promote the economy, the investments. So a lot of us here in the room here were also probably, some of us were probably educated overseas, but we still return to Malaysia. So this is the new conversation that we want to actually encourage brain circulation, instead of looking at it purely from a perspective of a brain drain in terms of a negative perspective. That's number one. But coming back to the point, from all our research that we've done, so Talent Corp is also appointed the think tank for Ministry of Human Resources, KUSUMA. But we also know that salary is the main reason that Malaysians actually choose to work overseas. That's the main point. We should actually encourage Malaysians to look from a different perspective. Salaries is only one of the aspects of why you would choose to work. And in today's environment, there are a lot of other factors that you should take into consideration beyond purely salary. However, if you're a person just purely looking from the monetary wise, then yes, perhaps overseas is something that you would like to look at. But I think when we come back to the root of it, is really creating the environment, the situation. So for example, you mentioned young Malaysians, we are creating opportunities through incentives to structure, for example, internship program. And when you look at so-called the brain drain, we also have to look at the pipelining. So we can continue to harp on the negatives, we don't have talent, so and so forth. But we must focus on the positives. That means we must realize and understand that this is something that's going to happen. It's not unique to Malaysia. Every country has, to a certain extent, similar issues. But when we look from the positive perspective, that means how are we building more, a bigger base, so that we can fill those gaps. And that's where, of course, I have to promote Talent Corp. So we are looking into incentives on how we actually have launched a structured internship program, where we give a lot of people here in the room, SMEs, companies, tax rebates to make sure that you actually give opportunities for young Malaysians to get exposed to the workforce. And also, if companies are hiring expatriates, which we sometimes have to do, being pro-business, we have, I believe, and I was telling you earlier in our conversations, I believe that for most Malaysian, at least companies based in Malaysia, that you would definitely hire local first, right? That's given. Language, structure, in terms of culture, that's something that you do cost-wise, definitely. But if you can't hire a local talent, then you're probably going to look for a talent from overseas, and that's fine as well, because that's where we understand that businesses will need talent in order to operate and continue to grow their business. So that's something we support. But coming back to all the programs, so we have a number of programs, won't bore you with the details, that support companies to build the talent pipeline so that you can have a constant flow of brain. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very good opening. Round of applause for Edward, please. Okay, I'd like to move swiftly along to Dr. Hari, who is a legend. I've known him almost a decade ago when he was CEO of Motorola, I think, group. Went on to become chairman of the USM Board of Governors, among many others, now CEO of PSDC, a very important Penang-based E&E upskilling entity. Dr. Hari, my question for you is really looking from industry. Now, Malaysia's unemployment is about 3.2%, which economically means functionally employable. Nevertheless, youth unemployment remains closer to about 10%. And surveys show that over 30% of graduates are employed in semi-skilled or mismatch. Now, from your industry perspective as a leader in the industry, what is the biggest illusion that higher education institutions still hold about what makes graduates industry ready? And what should, more importantly, replace that thinking for greater chances of success?
Right. Good morning. Before I kind of talk about the illusion, I think that's a word you used, and I picked it up. You know, Talent Corp statistics always show that we have a lot of graduates out, produced by the universities and colleges, but then here are industries talking about not enough, we don't have the right people. So somewhere along the line, from a supply versus demand, there's definitely the word mismatch in that sense. And the statistics show that last year, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about 5.98 million graduates, and year on year, I think YB is increasing about 4 to 5%. So we are producing talents, quote unquote, in that sense. So why is it that we have the 32%? And I was looking at it, and every time, Chu is here from Penang, we always scratch our heads in the sense that every company that we speak to, and especially we are very biased towards the electronics, semiconductor, and so forth, they always say that there's no mismatch, I just don't have enough in that sense. So there's always some challenges associated with that. And when I look back, and I had some opportunities to work with universities and of course industry and so forth, the mismatch could be a number of factors, and I don't want to be very theoretical here, but the specific, there are 4 or 5 factors associated with mismatch and so forth. Why is that the demand is not met whilst the supply is high? Is simply because there are two or three things. One is the fact that if you look at from the number of graduates or number of talents, even diploma and so forth, the question is that are they focusing on the demands of the country or demands of the industry? I think that is where I think we need to sharpen our pencils and take a look at it a bit more analytically in terms of identifying, because where I come from, where you come from, the electronics sector, there's huge demand, but then there's not enough supply in some instances and so forth. Secondly, I think that's something that over the last 30, 40 years, spending in industry and academia is one of the things, and I think that's being addressed in the blueprint, the education plan, is apart from the soft skills, which we'll talk perhaps later, I think one area that, if I'm interviewing, if I'm sitting in industry and I'm interviewing someone, of course, I'll look at the competencies and I'll always look for the attitude and so forth, yeah, the character. But when you look at from a competency perspective, what we find is that our talents are not able to, I call it, connect the dots. I think that we have a fantastic system teaching, fundamentals, theories, and all the good stuff. And over the years, I think the last 15, 20 years that I've spent in industry, I always say the universities are knocking at the doors of industry. So that's good, because there's a lot of collaboration, interaction between industry and universities. I think the curriculums are being enhanced, no doubt, because I personally have spent with universities looking at specific areas. So what is the situation then? So curriculums are being enhanced. I wouldn't say all universities, but generally I think that's a good trend that's happening. I think that the issue that I see is that from the folks that are teaching the curriculum, do they have an appreciation of what's happening out there from the application, from the industry nuances and so forth? And that is the reason I think, if I'm not mistaken, the education blueprint, there is a kind of a guideline or a requirement that I think that academics or lecturers should spend every 5 years or every 3 years. In industry, I call it overhauling once in a while. Go out there, service your car, if you want to call it. Get new knowledge or enhance your knowledge, come back. Because the best way to learn is through stories, isn't it? You can go through the theory and all the good stuff, but the best way to teach, to make sure that they are able to connect the dots, is to make sure you give the stories in terms of application. That's how I see it.
All right, thank you. Let's give Dr. Hari a round of applause. So being able to tell stories, I think having our academics in industry. Speaking of industry, next is our Datuk Chu, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Vitrox Sdn Bhd. What caught my eye in the profile was what started in a Penang bedroom with an idea with 20,000 ringgit is now a multi-billion, close to 8 billion market cap. So that's pretty fantastic. Dato', I want to ask you this question, and I'll merge it a little bit with what I was planning to ask earlier, because I think it's relevant now. So Vitrox Rise is a true Malaysian success story. At its core is you as an entrepreneur. What do you make of young Malaysians needing to be brave, to take the leap into the world of high-tech, high-value entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Daniel, and very good morning, everyone. I'm Chu. Back in 30 years ago, in 1995, I visited a famous HP garage in the US, a birthplace of Hewlett-Packard and the birthplace of Silicon Valley. Standing in that very ordinary little space, I asked myself a very simple question. If two engineering graduates from Stanford can start a business from a garage and grow it to become one of the biggest technology companies in the world, why our Malaysians can't? That trip, that visit, planted a seed in my heart where I dream of building a great technology company in Malaysia by Malaysians, to prove that design and make in Malaysia can stand proudly on any global stage. And so in year 2000, with 20,000, bring it and 2 friends in a small rented room in Penang, we started Vitrox. We have no money, we have no safety net, but we have believed, hard work, and a dream that one day we can build a great technology company in Malaysia by Malaysians for the world. From day one, our intention was not to build machines or products, but to build people, Malaysians who can create world-class technology for the world. And when you ask me what it means to be brave in high-tech and high-value entrepreneurships, I would say courage alone is not enough. You must be purpose-driven, not ego-driven. For us, the purpose was very clear, to show that Malaysian companies can compete globally and at the same time uplift our people and the country. Courage also has to be matched with deep competencies. In a high-tech, customer don't buy your dream. Customer only buy your performance, your reliability, your ability to solve real problems fast. And that means years of research and developments, IP creation, customer obsessions, and continual learning. Of course, no entrepreneur succeeds alone. From the very beginning, we built Vitrox as a team sport rooted in a caring, family-like culture where people support, challenge, and grow with one another. We create a value-driven culture, we call it IACDG, namely integrity, accountability, courage, trust, respect, gratitude, and care. Many of our leaders today join us as an intern or fresh graduates. Many of them are not top graduates, because top graduates are hired by all the MNCs.
They must earn very well, I'm guessing, Dato'. They must earn quite well, I'm guessing.
Yes, so we just provide an environment, a dream, to challenge them, but again, treat them as a family member. So they grow with us, took risks with us, and today they serve customers around the world. This is why I always tell young Malaysians, you don't have to go to Silicon Valley to build your companies. You can do it at Batu Kawan, in Bukit Medajam, in Kuala Lumpur, in Johor. If you are willing to work hard, stay humble, and build strong team.
Yeah. Thank you, Dato'. And that's also very inspiring. Dato' is a USM grad. There must be something in the USM water here. Round of applause. So what we've heard also are the aspirations, some of things what our panelists is doing. We also have audience questions. I'm not sure whether you've noticed at the back of your tag. So if you would like to submit questions, we don't have much time, but I would love to take questions sooner rather than later. I've got my eye on the question list. So while you think of some questions to submit, I'd like to move back to the moderated session with something I call a lightning round. Okay, are you all ready for the lightning round? So I'm going to ask very short questions to the panelists, and they're going to give us very quick answers. And let's see whether some of your answers tally. So we'll start with YB Adam, yeah? Just very quickly, firstly, what book are you currently reading, or last book you finished?
College Unbound.
Sorry?
College Unbound. College Unbound.
Oh, College Unbound.
That's my...
Okay,
recommended by all of you.
Okay, thank you. Edward?
Rethinking Ourselves by AI. This is by Dato' Sri Anwar Ibrahim, not AI.
Oh, okay.
The reason because they gave me the book, so I read lah. Not a suck answer.
Yeah, no, very good answer on stage. Very good, very good. Dr. Hari?
I think the last book I read was What Got You Here Won't Get You There.
What Got You Here Won't Get You There. Dato'?
I'm reading Whole Body Reset by Stephen.
Whole Body Reset by?
Stephen.
Nice, Stephen. Okay, so I hope all of you are taking notes. Second one, Dato' Chu, we start with you from that end. One skill you wish you had learned earlier in life?
Meditation.
Meditation. Interesting. No elaboration, unfortunately. Dr. Hari?
Sense of calmness in turbulent times.
Sense of calmness in turbulent times?
Public speaking.
Public speaking. Okay, okay. YB Adam?
Be strict.
Be strict?
A bit strict.
A bit stricter. That's an interesting one. Unfortunately, I cannot break my own rules, so I won't ask. Wages in Malaysia. Let's start with YB Adam. Reflective of reality or artificially suppressed?
A bit controversial, but I think it's artificially suppressed.
Okay. Edward?
Misaligned.
Misaligned, okay. He gave a different idea, very, very strategic. You're good at public speaking. There you go. Dr. Hari?
I probably copy what Edward says. It's misaligned. We in industry have a different thought on that.
Okay, Dato' Chu?
Artificially suppressed.
Artificial, okay, there you go. So, our entrepreneur. Okay, artificial intelligence, threat or opportunity? Maybe start with you.
Both.
Both, threat and opportunity.
More opportunity.
More opportunity.
It's opportunity.
Opportunity.
A multiplier.
Multiplier, okay. Aviara?
Opportunity.
Opportunity, okay, I like that. Last question, TVET or traditional degrees, which will grow faster in the next 10 years? Aviara?
I think TVET.
TVET?
TVET as well.
TVET?
TVET.
TVET?
Yeah, TVET.
TVET, all right, there you go. A round of applause for the lightning round. I still don't see any questions yet, but I also wanted to do that so that it's a bit more refreshing and we get some very quick thoughts from our panelists. On that, I'd like to go back to YB Adam and ask him the next question. Mindful of time, we've got about 10 minutes left. So my question is this. To the question about wages, you did say you feel it's artificially suppressed. So what does the government plan to do, or how do you want to work with industries to raise wages sustainably over time? And I want to ask this also as well. How are tools like income contingent, PTPTN repayments, potential strategies to augment early career income? And before you answer that, just a moment. How many of you here still have PTPTN loans? Oh, okay. Okay, you took a PTPTN loan at some point in life for your studies. Not so many. Wow, all of you got rich parents, is it? All got scholarship, is it? Now, thank you for that. YB Adam, if you'd like to, the floor is yours.
I think when we talk about wages, the reality of wages in Malaysia, it led to the question of brain drain as well. And that's and when we talk about brain drain, we must recognize that these young Malaysians are simply making rational economic decision for themselves. It's not something that we must see as. I mean, if we were to retain our first-class talents, we must have first-class wages. But unfortunately, we are still stuck at the third world. And look at especially what was found by Khazanah Research Institute that to sum it up, what we can learn will be that more than half of our graduates who supposedly can work in a high-paying sector are still waiting for their jobs. More than half are still considered as underemployed. And this is where, from the same report, we can see that 2.2 million, from 2 million in 2015, the job that is available for these people will only be about 2.2 million in 2022. Let's hope that whatever the efforts that has been done by the government of today, especially with the new investments that are coming in, will be able to alleviate and help with the situation. And especially, we can see that examples set by local industry, be it the big industry or the SME, will definitely help in redirecting the future of our talents when it comes to their wages. But we also must look at the, for example, I have too many things that I have to say. Industry must also respond correctly to the demand of the students.
The industry are nodding, by the way. Yes.
I mean, we should not get stuck at the static degree, but we should also look at the micro-credentials. We should also respond to the industry-based learning, and as well as all these non-conventional learning process that they've obtained throughout their learning days. And then Daniel also brought up the question of, say, for example, what can the government do when it comes to, for example, in tackling the question of the cost to study. I mean, higher education is expensive. That's the reality of it. And this is why many of the students are unable to obtain their degrees, and that will actually ensure them to be able to have a better job opportunity and job prospects. We are already doing quite a lot at the moment. I trust that, say, for example, income contingent repayment or deferral to the repayment should be explored, should be studied, and should be looked into the feasibility of it. But we should also celebrate, or at least pay attention to what being done by the government right now, especially in tackling the opportunity and opening more access to those who are in need. For example, the B40, those who are registered as the receiver of aid by government under the EKASI. There are 10,000 of them right now, this year, that will start receiving free education. We should actually celebrate this. And we should also look at the OKU, the disabled community, who will actually enjoy free education. I mean, maybe there are certain rules to it, but the tuition will at least be free. So this will be one of many things that we should do and we should look at. And I think the very aim will be that how do we sustain our education sector? At the same time, how do we make sure that we can start a generation where the students can be a debt-free students, so they can, when they first enter the workforce, they will be at least at a point where they have less pressure in their life.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for that. I like the idea of students entering the workforce debt-free. I will spare you for now the question of, is debt forgiveness a policy we'll adopt, but let's not go into that yet. Not yet, because we don't have much time. And Edward, I'd like to jump to you and ask you, having worked abroad and having worked with MNCs across the world, what do you think that companies can do in terms of investing in training seriously? There was also a question by the audience now, suddenly so many questions coming in, which is, should Talent Corp provide scholarships to ensure alignment of education with industry or incentives? So two-in-one question.
Yeah, so that's the million-dollar question. Comes back to funds. But I think in terms of training, let's address the training first. So with a lot of the policies that's being done is a long-term education or is long-term. So where we are trying to cut, and everyone's probably expecting a very quick win, is that we are talking to industry and we are going straight to industry. Because today when you talk about courses, let's talk about AI, by the time the course comes up and you give a scholarship or training, it's probably obsolete by the time the person is trained. So we're trying to cut that. This is a short-term one. Yeah? We talk to industry direct. We fund courses that is from the industry. That means the industry tells us, okay, for example, giving you an example, AI in aerospace engineering, and they can't find engineers as an example. So we fund short courses like this for a small amount of people to have quick wins. So that's something that we do instead of like a complete scholarship. So we do have more creative approach to do that. Yeah, okay. What was the earlier question?
The earlier question was about how do companies overseas support government incentives when it comes to training, upskilling and all of that?
I think for most of the companies overseas, they don't see training as a mere like, it's a HR thing or it's an obligation they have to do. They see it as an investment, right? So I'll give you an example, and even the way they approach and they interview people is also thinking about future jobs. So for example, 15 years ago when I joined Google, they didn't have autonomous cars yet. So how do you interview an engineer? Do you ask him like, have you made have you created an autonomous car? That would be a silly question because 15 years ago, the car didn't exist. So international companies interview differently. They will ask you questions about how you think, your experiences on solving difficult problems and so forth. So there's a methodology to hire people for things that's not being created. So I think coming back to the point, we can learn from this, and when we look at talent, we need to see skill sets on how they solve problems more than have you done this before, because the future is changing with AI, it's so fast. We need to hire for future skills, and that's where we should need to reduce playing catch up.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That was fantastic. Give him a round of applause. And I'd like to go straight to Dr. Hari. Penang, of course, is a critical hub for semiconductors in Malaysia. I know one of my earlier questions was talking about English communication and skills. I think you addressed that in the first question. My next question, I'd like to talk a bit about AI. There are a few AI questions here. How do your members in Penang view the emergence of AI? I know we asked that earlier, but what are the steps you're taking to address that? And what advice would you give to the audience here today about preparing for that future of AI?
I think in every panel there will be some topic on AI, so let's cover that. Just quick statistics, you know, Penang Skills Development Center is for the industry, by the industry in terms of talent upskilling and reskilling. Just to let all of you know that, you know, we work very, very closely with Talent Corp and also Khazanah. There are, you know, in terms of funding, in terms of upskilling, reskilling, there are plenty out there. There are plenty out there. So the government is doing all the right things in terms of making sure that we are getting industry-ready talents, maybe post-school, if you want to call it. But from an AI perspective, you know, with the ChatGPT coming on board, I think was in 2022, 2021, and so forth. You know, in 2024, you know, we came up with. I'm just giving a perspective from a PSDC, and you'll see the industry trend out there. You know, we kind of trained about 50 participants. That's about it. Maybe perhaps in Copilot or ChatGPT and so forth. But then we started realizing that training is not the end in mind, that's the solution. What we need to do is to make sure we know that AI is not another tool or an enabler. It's not going to be. It's actually, they call it a tsunami. It is very generic. It cuts across everything that we do and so forth, industry included. So what we came up with was a bit more of a framework, a robust framework in terms of when companies come and ask us, or when we go to visit companies and so forth, we said, look, let's do an assessment in terms of where are you in the AI journey, and we kind of unashamedly borrowed something called the RE, the AI Readiness Index Assessment from Singapore, and it's a 20 minutes tool, 15 questions, and gives you 8 pages in terms of where are you, in terms of whether you're aware, whether you're competent, whether you are really ready for these things. So that's what we do first. Secondly, once the results are known, we handhold companies to identify in terms of what should be your strategy. Every company will have a slightly different strategy. Thirdly, we identify in terms of where would the business opportunities lie. Because a lot of us are using AI for, I call it personal productivity, and that could be a 5–10% improvement in terms of how you do it. But really, AI should be helping in terms of the top line or the bottom line in that sense, from the industry specific. And that is the reason that now we are encouraging companies to look at identifying the business value opportunities, then come back and say, what is the workforce transformation that you need, and so forth. So if you look at it, in 2025, we ended up, rather than 50, we ended up training about 1,450 participants.
Fantastic.
Yeah? Now, that basically doesn't mean that PSDC driving it. The demand is there. We're helping the companies to be more focused in terms of what these areas should be. Now, the other point is that what
Dr.
we have
Harris,
done...
Sorry, just in the interest of time, we've actually out of time. If we'll be all right, we stop there, because I'd like to ask Dr.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Hari. He's given us the 4 things that PSDC is doing. Please go up to him after this, because he's going straight back to Penang to ask him for some details. Dr. Chu, I'm mindful time is up, but I seek indulgence of a few more minutes, because we must ask Dr. Chu this question. You recently set up Vitrox College. Last week, Minister of Higher Education launched it at University Science Malaysia, again USM again. It's the first ever public university degree program to be hosted in a global technology industry campus, comprising day-to-day teaching and practical work-based learning. Can you very quickly take us through what motivates you at Vitrox to do this initiative, and are there any specific targets?
Simple answer is that we can't wait, the industry can't wait to solve the talent gap and talent shortage issues by the government. The employers, we ourselves have to do something, and as such, we create our Vitrox Academy and then Vitrox College. We have transitioned it into a full-fledged university called Vitrox Institute of Technology. And 2 weeks ago, we engaged with USM, and this is the first partnership between a public university and the industry to bring a quality tertiary educations in engineering and computer science into a high-tech campus. So we are combining day-to-day learnings with practical work-based learning. The student will learn about theory in the classroom and walk 2 steps away from the classroom. They will be able to see how the theory turns into a real product, solving real problem, AI application, and robotics. So that's what we are trying to do. On top of that, we also introduce what we call the 3 mentor models. Every student will be given 3 mentors. 1 mentor from the academies to guide them on the academy, 1 mentor from the industry to shape them in the professional skill, and another mentor about their life, their well-being and characters and resilience and so on and so forth. I think that we are trying something very new. We waste no time. The graduates should not need to be retrained, reskilled, because the first year they are reworking in the industry, eating the same food with the engineers and managers, doing the same thing, knowing how to communicate, run the projects with urgency. So I think all this will turn the graduate become industry ready and future ready, waste no time. So to cut it short. But of course, moving forward, we don't just actually engage with 1 university. In fact, in the next few months, we will engage with more universities, more degree programs will be launched in Batu Kawan inside the industry by Vitrox. Thank you.
Round of applause. So you heard it here. We've got MIT in the US, IIT in India, and you've now got VIT in Penang. On that note, we don't have to be out of time, so I will spare closing words. But on behalf of the panel, I think they've been fantastic in laying out the future. I'm very optimistic after hearing from them. And clearly, we've got our act there. Now it's a question of implementation and execution. Once again, join me for a round of applause for the panel and for yourselves. You've been fantastic. On that note, thank you very much, and I pass the floor back to our moderator, our MC. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists and moderator for that very dynamic and insightful discussion. Please remain on stage for a photo session. We are starting our next session. I would like to invite all of our audiences to please take a seat. Our final panel discussion of this morning's session will focus on navigating Malaysia's transition to an aging nation, with discussion on issues like fiscal sustainability, labor market adjustments, and social protection. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, YB Datuk Sri Hajah Nancy Shukri, Minister of Women, Family and Community Development. Mr. Nazaiful Effendi, Chief Strategy and Services Officer, Kumpulan Wang Persaraan, KUAP. Ms. Makiko Matsumoto, Employment Specialist, International Labour Organization. Moderating this session would be Yang Mulia Datuk Dr. Tengku Aizan Tengku Abdul Hamid, Chairman, Private Pension Administrator, Malaysia PPAM. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good in mid-morning and in mid-afternoon now. Okay, let me start with giving you some narratives about what the session is all about. I think we all know that Malaysia's aging situation is on the go. It is not the future. It is already in session. And we also know that we have several plans in place. And the question is right now, where do we go from this plan? How do we then operationalize the plans that we have? And we know that we have the National Plan of Action on Aging. We also have the updated action plan, and we also have the health program for older person. And the major document that we have to transform Malaysia is the 13th Malaysia Plan. So all of these are in place. So the question right now I would ask the panel would be, how then, and all of us in this room, how then, or what kind of actions that we Malaysians has to make before we become an aged nation in 2048. So then the question is, we will not answer all the issues about aging, but we will focus on three areas. How do we finance longer life without overburdening future taxpayers? And how do we keep people productive for longer while remaining fair across generations? And how do we build a care system that does not rely solely on families or institutions? So we have here three esteemed panelists. Yang bahagia, what do you call, Her Excellency Datuk Sri Hajah Nancy Shukri has served as Malaysian Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development since December 2022. A senior statesman from Sarawak, she is among the country's longest serving female federal minister and is widely recognized for her leadership in gender equity, social protection, and community development. We also have here with us Encik Nazaful Effendi, Zainal Abidin, Chief Strategies of Service and Service Officer at KUAP, overseeing corporate strategy, corporate strategy, organizational and transformation, and key enterprise services. He heads enterprise work initiative covering sustainability, pension reform, and institutional capacity building, with a focus on strengthening organizational resilience, execution discipline, and long-term value creation. And we also have with us here Ms. Makiko from the International Labour Organization. Her specialization is on employability. So we have, for the first round, I would like to ask a question that is quite general to all the speakers in terms of what would be the strategies that Malaysia can adopt in so that we can again let me repeat, if we could only implement 3 age-related reform by 2030, what should they be and what happen if we delay them? Maybe YB, you start first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good, now I think it's already afternoon. Well, first of all, let me start with the positive news on population aging. It is actually a product of positive trends. People live with healthy lifestyles and trends. So we can see that with population aging, we can see that Malaysia had been managing it quite well, and the people in Malaysia had been managing themselves quite well. That's why they have reached to that level. So thank you again. Well, on Malaysia, it is rapidly transitioning into an aged society with profound implications for the nation's healthcare system, economic sustainability, and social protection frameworks. The 3 reforms by 2030 to be highlighted would be among them. Number 1 is we must build a sustainable care economy, which means expanding community and home-based care, professionalizing them, professionalizing the care work, and supporting family caregivers, especially women, through training, incentives, and shared responsibility across government, private sector, and communities. So in this case, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, or MWFCD, that is our ministry, and also the Ministry of Health have been appointed as co-leads for long-term care, or LTC, a pillar under the National Aging Blueprint. And this mandate has been confirmed by National Economy Action Council. To support the industry, MWFCD has also launched the Malaysia Care Strategic Framework and Action Plan 2026 to 2030 on the 4th of November 2025. This is to ensure an inclusive and sustainable care economy ecosystem for the well-being of the people at all ages. This framework is in line with the 13th Malaysia Plan and the National Action Plan, which outlines the provision of a long-term care ecosystem and enhancing well-being through legislation and support services. So ladies and gentlemen, through the 2026 budget, the Ministry of Women, Family, Community Development has allocated 3 million ringgit to implement caregiving training through the caregiving TVET program, MTVET. Actually, 3 million is not something very big, but at least we have started somewhere. This allocation aims to produce trained, competent, and skilled caregivers, particularly in areas such as basic care, safety, welfare, and psychosocial support for older persons and persons with disabilities in line with current and future caregiving needs. Actually, we have started this since the last 2.5 years. We have started doing our training, especially for our own staff. So in addition to that, we have another 5 million ringgit that has been allocated for the development of national care standards for older persons and persons with disabilities. Why we say persons with disabilities is not just referring to older persons, it's also referring to those with disabilities even though they were their child. The child that we have, foundling child, those people have been abandoned, they are all with some of them. We have to really take care of them. So the development of these standards aim to establish minimum quality standards of care, ensure that services provided are safe, ethical, centered on dignity and the rights of care recipients, and are implemented consistently across institutions, communities, and home-based care settings. So overall, these two initiatives complement each other in building a high-quality and sustainable care ecosystem with a strong emphasis on human capital development, as well as the strengthening of governance and care standards at the national level. So second, we have just started with number one, just now number two, unless you want to pass it over. Okay, so yeah, giving you the chance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think
because I've been preparing a long one. Yeah, thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, thank you for inviting me today. Feel a bit pressured today because I'm the only thorn among the roses. I just wonder whether there will be someday that Kementerian Pembangunan Wanita also ada Kementerian Pembangunan Lelaki. So anyway, I think the three questions, the three reforms that you mentioned by 2030, right? That's a very short time from where we are currently. So it would be remiss for me not to mention this, but I think there is a need for us to really look at the whole social protection ecosystem. I think we are grappling with issues of adequacy and coverage. There are plans in place. It's very well articulated in the RMK 13. I think initially YB mentioned about Pelan Tindakan Warga Emas Negara 2026-2030. I just like to mention this because I think there is this inclination to look at care or silver economy as an investment, as a cost. For us at Co-op, I think we look at it as an investment, an opportunity for us to exploit, maybe not exploit, catalyze the sector so that we can, together with the relevant ministries, undertake reforms. So obviously, social pensions has been talked about quite on a number of occasions. Yes, there are debates around it. What would be the sustainable funding mechanism to really undertake social pensions? I presume need to be innovative about coming with that funding mechanism. The other part I think is touched quite a fair bit of late is the missing middle, the one that is not covered by the social protection ecosystem, which is the informal sector. So I suppose if at all, that would be something that we are passionate to talk about, and maybe together with every institution players in the ecosystem to work together, because this cannot be done overnight. It cannot be done by any single institution. That's important because, again, there's quite a number of dependency on what we have currently, EPF, but I think we need to have a very thorough multi-tier system to accommodate the aging population that we are currently facing. More importantly, I think, again, we probably need to work hand in hand because for us, sometimes the challenge is we have to engage with so many ministries, and sometimes we could potentially lose the plot, because there must be a concerted effort to address this together collectively. So it's a shared responsibility, and I think it's important for us to get our act together. But again, I'm quite happy to see that, for the first time, the RMK that we have, it mentions about care economy, silver economy, social protection. So I think we should applaud the government's effort to undertake this.
Thank you, Sheikh Nazar. I think RMK 13 really gives you the background and the foundation for us to move on. So let me move to Ms. Makiko in terms of your take on that question.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting the ILO's perspective in this very interesting forum. Just to note, ILO is a very old institution. It's about 105 years old. So maybe that's why perhaps we were invited. Other than that, we do some work in this area as well. So not to repeat what has been mentioned, perhaps one of the issues related to financing financing side of the social protection, and the issue that was just raised about informal workers or people who are outside, not participating in the system. I think one is to really have some grasp or understanding of how many, so the magnitude we are talking about. And given the fact that within the next 5 years, for example, you know, that they will keep doing what they have been doing, meaning they will not be, it will be not so easy to get them into participating within some formal structural system. So then, of course, the only pragmatic solution is some level of social assistance that needs to be budgeted. So the number one is to have the idea of that magnitude of what is it, how much, so that people can, you know, get on in life into old age with dignity and some support. So I think that kind of calculation or estimation might be useful to have. The other is to, of course, you know, it doesn't mean that whoever, whatever is the size of the informal workers or number of informal workers, it should not be increasing, you know, as time goes on. The idea is that they should actually be declining, at least in terms of proportion. So that means that there needs to be a work together, perhaps across ministries, particularly involving the economic ministries, about, you know, what is the kind of economic growth pattern that you want to generate, so that especially young people, they have access to more formal employment opportunities. So that, you know, when you join young, you tend not to drop out, whereas if you cannot, then you tend to stay on outside. So that's just one area. And perhaps just more pragmatically, which can start, perhaps it's not a reform, but it's more a practice that could be advocated or made aware, is more of the intergenerational workplace culture. Very often people mention about having some kind of mentoring system in the workplace. It's a little bit patronizing, but I think the idea is to say, well, there is something about people who are older as against people who are younger, and older people, age captures some level of experience, of course, etc. So the attribute is that they might be more better at managing risks within a business organization, for example. With younger people, they are more updated in terms of new methods, new way of thinking, or maybe they have some ideas. So it's to put this, the capabilities of the workers together in a more, in a better way, and that kind of culture might take some time to develop. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what the panelists presented was an interrelated issues of coming from the care perspective and coming from the opportunities to see in the silver economy, and also the way that people look at the ecosystem of workplace placement and the intergenerational solidarity within the workplace. So my next question, Dato' Sri, would be on how do you see, when I can say this, the priorities, what kind of priorities will the government focus on most in the next 2 years? And we should also know that what do you expect to see? Because the aging is not just your ministry, aging cuts across. And what do you think would be the related policies that we should be focusing on for the next 2 years?
Well, thank you for that. Over the next 2 years, actually, the government's key aging priority aligned with the National Aging Blueprint. It has to be interrelated. And the 13th Malaysia Plan, and also the National Plan of Action for Older Persons, 2026 to 2030. As you see, we are updating ourselves all the time, and it has to be the whole of government approach. It's not just our ministry, and we have other ministries as well working with us. And the Malaysia Care Strategic Framework and Action Plan 2026 to 2030. It is to strengthen and integrate, as I mentioned, community-based care ecosystem as the foundation of Malaysia's aging preparedness. Now, in Malaysia, some of us, we are still living in with this culturally kind of ecosystem for the family. So therefore, some of those in that category of aging society, some of them, they prefer to be in their own homes, and also, but some are getting very modernized nowadays. They would like to see more development from the government in order to give them more confidence for them to be able to stay in the new setup, so that they don't have to be bothered by other people, or even the children don't want to be bothered as well, because they have their own commitments. So the RMK 13 recognizes population aging as a structural economic shift. This is what I meant. In response to that, our focus is on care that is preventive, community-centered, and economically sustainable, rather than relying solely on institutional and hospital-based models. So what Malaysians should expect to see in the near term, in the future? First is the expansion of community and home-based care services in line with our national aging frameworks to support older persons to age in place. This is what we actually have been reminding even my colleague from the other ministry. For example, the local government ministry, he's just somewhere around. I kept reminding him, make sure when you build all these apartments, especially if the government builds, there are more people who can afford it. Make sure the 5th floor and below will be for those within this category. So stronger integration as well between health, social welfare, and local government system, as emphasized in the RMK 13 as well, to improve efficiency and reduce service fragmentation. And also clearer support for the family, and informal caregivers, including capacity building and shared responsibility frameworks. We also have to recognize that, what is expected is that early steps to professionalize and grow the care workforce. This is what we are doing now, positioning the care economy as a source of decent jobs and inclusive growth. But at the same time, actually, it is something that we have to strengthen among our own staff first, because our staff have been there for a long time. They may not have been preparing themselves for the future, whereas what we are facing now is different from what they have gone through. So therefore, our training, especially now, we are doing our training in-house through our Institute Social Malaysia. Last year, we have covered about, I think total about 700 plus. That is for our staff only. But we also welcome those from outside. So at the same time, consistent with all 4 frameworks, there will be stronger emphasis on healthy, active, and productive aging. So older persons remain independent and economically engaged for as long as possible. So economically, this approach matters. It helps manage long-term healthcare costs, supports women's participation in labor force. We know, as you know, under the Madani government, we are targeting about 60% women labor force, because at the moment it's still around 56%. So we hope to achieve that at least by 2030, at least. So, and ensures aging strengthens rather than constraints. So Malaysia's growth and social resilience. So in short, guided by our RMK 13, and our national aging frameworks, Malaysians should expect care that is closer to home, better coordinated, and future ready. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that very impressive strategies, because I think that will reduce costs and will also improve the health overall in that sense. That I will go to you, Encik Nazar, in terms what is the biggest financial misconception Malaysians have about retirement and longevity?
I think Malaysians have got this optimism bias. Why I say that? They think they have enough when they retire, but the numbers do not show that. Just a case in point. I think when EPF came up with their retirement income adequacy, they increased it to 390,000 from 240,000. So if you do the maths, 390,000 translates to about 1,625 ringgit a month. But when I did some of the maths, half of your members have less than 50,000. That means you only have 200, close to 210 ringgit a month to sustain your life over the period of 20 years. So again, there is optimism bias on the part of Malaysians, and perhaps we need to do more education and awareness from the get-go. And that will imply one more thing. So if the current system cannot sustain your life after retiring, then you have to depend on your family to support you. And we all know for a fact, as the country progresses, the family unit becomes smaller. And there's also the case of cost of living getting higher, and this often mentioned mantra of the sandwich generation. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So that also is not sustainable. But enough of being an alarmist, but I think perhaps it's also important to recognize the fact that so far there is increasing awareness on the part of Malaysians to start to embrace financial planning at a greater level of understanding. And that needs to happen, and it needs to be repeated and needs to start from the get-go. Otherwise, you have an ecosystem that will not be sustainable to support your standard of living after you retire. And even so, the assumption here is 20 years, but we all know for a fact that most of us live more than 20 years. So I would imagine that the need for us to correct this misperception is extremely important, because it's quite dangerous. It will influence the way we plan, the way we prepare ourselves when we move to the golden years.
Thank you. And then I think what's important is for us to start early, have financial literacy all over the nation, and also to look at how, if you look at that, it's related also to our pay system, where we need to become high-income countries, because right now we don't have enough, quote-unquote, to save. But literally, I think the way we should save is that we need to have the saving, the save as one category of expenditure, because we will never have anything to save if we spend. So I think that's the mindset change that we need to do. And I'm coming to Ms. Makiko in terms of, from your experience overseas and things like that, and comparing the stage of aging with Malaysia and the other countries, what do you think we should do in comparison to, so that we will not become, aging will not become a crisis for Malaysia, and it should be a sustainable development for Malaysia? Thank you.
Let me try to be short.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because this can be long.
Yes.
I think one thing is, of course, you mentioned something about perhaps a little culture of, however small the proportion,
yes,
of thinking ahead,
yes,
and saving as individuals. However, as government, what I have seen is sometimes, well, it depends on different groups, parts of the government,
yeah,
but people who work on pensions, social insurance, etc., it tends to be one group, and it doesn't necessarily talk to some others which are talking about, you know, investment and, you know, which are the new sectors, what technology to uptake, which is much of the conversation here as well. This balance needs to be better maintained, because in some places, too much concern with how are we going to finance or, you know, have enough allocations or resources to support the elderly. At least some parts of the government tend to forget that, well, how are your financing is actually the current working age population. So in a way, employment is a way of generating that resources. And indeed, government tax revenue normally is, you know, it's related to how fast you grow. I mean, there's some percentage that it grows with growth.
Yeah.
So in that sense, there should not be too much alarmism, as long as the decisions are made so that younger cohorts can become more productive. There was a session, interesting session about AI, but you know, whether AI helped or not with some kind of labor augmenting technologies. So that focus should never be lost. And for the older people, it's about having an environment where they can continue participating if they do so wish and if they're indeed in a good, healthy status.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what you're coming from is that we should have a policy that is for longer employability, so that all generations will be fair to all generations, and that is a strategy that I think all of us are thinking in here, because if you look at our fertility rate, it is 1.6 now, so that the future is not with the young generation, but the future is also the big bulk of the middle age and the older generation. How do we handle this? How can fiscal sustainability looks into this matter? Okay, so let me then now go into the Slido questions. Do you have any Slido? The audience can scan the code that is behind you to look at, to develop the Slido questions. Do you have it? Okay. Then let me then ask. Probably this question will be addressed to YB. This question probably will be general. The first question is, Malaysia relies heavily on families for elder care. What concrete steps, as I know you've already mentioned about the concrete step, that needs to be done to build affordable community and home-based care without overwhelming public finance? So I think you have done that before. You explained that already. So the next question will be, how can Malaysia strengthen retirement adequacy for informal workers and women who are released covered by current pension system, that creating and without creating unsustainable fiscal commitment? Maybe I address this to Nazar first, then Makiko.
Going back to my earlier response, I think that there is this what we call
optimism.
Optimism bias. But I think as far as the Malaysian pension ecosystem is concerned, I think we have got all the foundation in place. The only part that probably needs a bit more attention is the missing middle, the informal group. So that again requires slightly more design focus, because again, it goes back to how do you fund this? You know, do you fund it through contribution, or do you fund it through the government expenditure? So obviously, the latter probably won't be a feasible solution yet, maybe. But I think if we come up with something that is contributory in nature, perhaps that can work well. And that is the part that we struggle to come up with so far. The other part is, if we go back to the first pillar, I mean the social pensions again, I think there are opportunities for us to do some improvements. We know the Bantuan Warga Emas is one leg of the support system, but there are perhaps other mechanisms that we currently have, cash transfers that we can consolidate, you know, to provide that support for everyone, hopefully, because currently it's means tested. So perhaps no, the Thai model is resident tested, if I'm mistaken. So I think there are certain areas of improvement, but again, it cannot be just one single party. It must involve all the players in the ecosystem so that we can have a sustainable solution.
Thank you. I don't think there is an easy answer, as you
Yes,
mentioned.
very true.
But one is to at least have some program of social assistance. How well funded it can be, I think that estimation needs to be done. The other is awareness. The other is basically try to together have what, well, in ILO we tend to say formalization policies. So to encourage people to either become part of this system, meaning sometimes in different countries there are many different ways of doing this, but quite a few combine some level of incentive scheme for, at least initially, to get people on board, to understand how the system works and whether it makes sense for people who are earning within the informal economy to continue to be part of this.
Thank you. I think that's the reason why I think in 2012 Malaysia, the Malaysian government developed the private pension PRS scheme so that a lot more people can invest in the system and save for retirement. And I would like to share a story from Thailand, because I just came back from Thailand, where the gig workers or the informal workers, they gang up together to develop a social protection system that covers all spectrum of informal care, all in the formal economy. So I think that's something that we can learn from Thailand, and they partner up with WeGo. Is an American-based organization that helps us to implement and study things to provide social protection for those uncovered. So I think this is an area that we lack in Malaysia that we can also learn from Thailand, because I think they did it about 2 years ago, this kind of scheme. So I think there is opportunity for us to learn from each other, and through the ASEAN platform, we can do that in a sense. So the next question, okay, that I want to ask is, if you look at Malaysia has so many policies and to support older people and older workers while safeguarding employment opportunities for younger cohorts. And we also know that our aspect of keeping the older person in the service and not thinking of the younger person into re-entry, I think that is a misconception. Because what do you think about that? Because a lot of people say if you keep the older person longer in the workforce, then the younger person will lose out. What's your take on that?
May quickly say that tends to be a misconception, because yes, I think older cohort, younger one, I don't think that's competing for the same job, or they're not doing the same things. Yeah. So that's a misconception. But at the same time, it is true at the macro level. With if you look at the rate of aging, quite high youth unemployment rate tend to remain, and in some cases it has trended up. So in that sense, something needs to be done, because it's an adjustment that needs to be made for younger generation to come into the labor market, and there is some difficulties in that adjustment, but that needs to be addressed more explicitly, I think.
So in the sense that if you look at this from the employer's perspective, how then can employers develop the ecosystem that we can work within the intergenerational workforce and things like that? What's the role then? Nazar, boleh? Because we want to support longer working lives, but we also at the same time want the younger workforce to be in together. So what would be a strategic move for the employers to think about? Because aging is not the responsibility of just the government, it is also the responsibility of the employers in terms of keeping the good talent in the company and things like that. So how do you think then we could do this together so that we become a resilient and sustainable economic growth?
I think I mentioned quickly, example very often mentioned is about having some kind of mentoring arrangement in place at the workplace. But as I said, I don't think it needs to be that kind of, well, it could be a different kind of arrangement, but which is more focused on, well, what exactly is the project that this business is trying to deliver. So, you know, more listening culture to both the older generation and, of course, what the younger generation is saying, rather than mentoring sounds a little bit like older people know much more, and they do, in many respects.
Different level of knowledge and capacity,
but
right?
So acknowledgement of different, you know, dynamism that the younger generation can bring in. So I don't know, I can't think if there is a word already out there, but, you know, slightly different approach of workplace culture that employers could perhaps be encouraging more in the workplace.
Okay.
If I may,
Sila.
as a government, we have to make policies, we have to make laws.
Right.
So we take into account all this,
Yes.
just to cover, especially for the young people.
Right.
Because now we are aiming at 60% for women
And the
labor
women
force to come
employment,
back.
yes.
What do we do? Because they feel unsafe to leave their children or the people with disabilities in their homes by themselves, especially if the nurseries that they send to are not very safe. So we have to think of that. That's why the government has also got to think, or even other employers have to think also of the flexible working hours. And at the same time, we have also amended, or introduced new laws. The tribunal against the TAGS, tribunal against, no, I can't even remember, TAGS. But I know, but the thing is, this is where we are trying to provide a very safe and a very safe working place for them, so that they have more confidence to come back to work. Because, I mean, when we introduced that tribunal, quite a number of people who told us, you know, we are so happy that you have that. At least at work, they also they feel safe. And then also the children at the nursery. Now, what we do, we have to increase or improve the terms and conditions that the nursery should have. But these are among the things, and we keep also to introduce new laws to cover for all this, so that the young people can easily go to work, they feel safe. And then now we have trained our care workers, so the caregivers can also have new skills for them to work at the house of those people who are in need of them. Apart from those, we have trained under our own ministry. So these are the few things, but there are more coming up, that will be to help to balance the situation, especially economy in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think there's a lot already been discussed today, and also there's also the future thinking about what we should do. And I would like to ask maybe key takeaways then about what should, from each one of you, the key takeaways of the message that we want to share with the audience. Can we have a yes, that YB?
Okay, thank you. Well, one of them that I can think of, well, if there is one reform Malaysia cannot afford to delay, it is the establishment of an integrated health and long-term care system for older persons. I think just now our panelists also mentioned about PAWE, about Bantuan Warga Emas.
Right.
It's all under us, and we are already improving them. And you can see a lot of involvement among the senior or older persons, and they're very healthy, most of them. And they are able even to improve their economy, though they may not need it, but they are able to increase their skills, upskill themselves, even involved in, apart from other social activities, but they're also involved in like a frozen food business, you know, in their center. We have about 217 centers in the country. So that's one
women
of them.
empowerment.
Yeah,
industry.
exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Naza?
Maybe for us, it's not probably a summary what we discussed, but maybe more a wish. I think there is a need for us to build consensus because again, they're moving. It's moving, but moving separately. So I suppose there is a need for us to engage, go to the ground and talk to the public, talk to all the civil society, talk to everyone that you can to ensure that this agenda does not lose traction. That's all for me.
Okay. So meaning that we need to start early, and we need to look at consistent arrangement, retirement planning at all levels. Yeah, Ms. Makiko.
So I think it's exactly starting early, particularly in relation to the financing mechanism.
Yes.
And I think, you know, what can be done concretely in the coming, let's say, 5 years is, of course, there would be research, there will be many consultations, etc., to, you know, have a very Malaysia-specific mechanism that develops on the existing one. And I think just one, I keep repeating this, but please, let's not forget the younger cohorts, because they are, well, would they contribute to the system or not? You know, so these are the important part where some social consensus can be built around here.
Okay, so in the sense then we should invest in lifelong learning, because you need capacity building for the middle ages and things also like that. And we also should look at age-friendly workforce place. And of course, in terms of that, we must be able to develop policies for employability for a longer time. So then I will close this session with a note that what we have heard from the esteemed panelists is about the aging is inevitable, but the crisis is not. It depends on the choices that we make in this room as policymakers, as parents, as daughters and things like that, in terms of how we should work together to make aging as a resilient society, as a resilient person, and make aging, you see aging as a person, not as a process and not as numbers. So thank you very much, and I'll give back to the MC.
Thank you, YB Dato Sri, Mr. Nazaiful, Ms. Makiko, and Dato Dr. Tengku Aizan for an engaging and comprehensive discussion. We kindly ask you to remain on stage for a photo session. As we bring this morning's session to a close, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for being such an amazing audience. We will now take a break for lunch, which will be located at Hall 4 and 5 at level G. Take note that lunch will be served until 1:30 p.m. Forum Ekonomi Malaysia FEM will resume at 2 p.m. sharp in Hall 1 and 2, also located at level G.